Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studio. So in this video, we will see, what if Hogwarts itself chose Harry as its king and granted him the power of the founders? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The stone that remembers the cupboard under the stairs had a crack in the door. Harry had found it 3 years ago, a splinter of light that cut through the darkness like a promise. He'd learned to position himself just right. I pressed to that slim gap, watching the world that existed beyond his small prison. Tonight, he watched Vernon Dursley pour himself a third whiskey. Ungrateful, Vernon muttered, settling his bulk into the armchair. The leather groaned. After everything we've done. Everything we've sacrificed. Petunia made a sound of agreement from somewhere Harry couldn't see. He heard the clink of her teacup, imagined her thin lips pressed together in that expression she wore like armor. 10 years, Vernon continued. 10 years of feeding him, clothing him, putting a roof over his head. And what do we get? Freakishness. Abnormality. Harry pulled back from the crack. He'd heard this speech before, countless variations on the same theme. The Dursleys had taken him in out of the goodness of their hearts. The Dursleys had sacrificed everything. The Dursleys were saints among men, martyrs to the cause of raising their nephew. The cupboard was 6 feet long and 4 feet wide. Harry knew the exact dimensions because he'd measured them with his hands, counting palm widths in the dark when sleep wouldn't come. 6 feet by 4 feet, with a ceiling that sloped down where the stairs cut through the space. A small mattress that smelled of dust and old sweat. A single bare bulb that Vernon had disconnected 3 months ago as punishment for something Harry couldn't even remember anymore. Home. He pressed his palm flat against the wall, feeling the old bones of the house. Something hummed back. It always did, this strange vibration that lived in the wood and plaster, something that seemed to respond to his touch in ways nothing else ever had. The house didn't like the Dursleys. Harry had known this for as long as he could remember, though he couldn't have explained how he knew. It was in the way the pipes groaned when Vernon shouted, the way the floorboards creaked ominously when Petunia reached for the cupboard door with punishment in her eyes. Small things. Petty rebellions. The house couldn't protect him, not really, but it tried. Harry had never told anyone about this. Who would believe him? Who would he even tell? A sound outside his door. Footsteps. Heavy. Vernon's. Harry held his breath. The footsteps paused. The crack of light went dark as Vernon's shadow fell across it. "I know you're awake in there, boy." Harry said nothing. "Your aunt tells me she saw something today. Something unnatural. The shed door opening on its own when you walked past it." The shed door. Harry remembered. He'd been carrying the garden waste out, arms aching from an afternoon of weeding, and the door had been locked. He'd just wanted it open. And it had been. Well. Vernon's voice was tight with barely controlled fury. "What do you have to say for yourself?" "I didn't touch it," Harry said. "It just opened." "Things don't just open." Vernon's fist hit the door. The whole cupboard shook. "Things don't fly off shelves. Hair doesn't grow back overnight. I'll tell you what things do, they obey the laws of nature, the laws of decent society, the laws of this house." The wall under Harry's palm grew warm. "You're going to stay in there until you learn to be normal," Vernon hissed. "A week. No meals. Maybe hunger will teach you what words can't." The footsteps retreated. A moment later, Harry heard the click of a padlock being fixed to his door. A new addition to the prison. A week without food. He'd done 3 days before. 5 would be hard. 7. The wall pulsed. Harry felt something move through the house, a ripple of, what? Anger? Protection? He couldn't name it, but he felt the house shift around him, felt something change in the old structure. That night, when the Dursleys were asleep, the pantry door swung open by itself. A can of beans rolled across the kitchen floor, through the hall, and stopped precisely at the crack under Harry's cupboard door. The house couldn't protect him. But it tried. The letters started arriving on Harry's 11th birthday. The first one came with the Morning Post, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive. Vernon's face went the color of old porridge when he read the address. He burned it before Harry could see more than a glimpse of a wax seal. The second came that afternoon, tucked into the milk delivery. Vernon burned that one too. The third came through the mail slot at dinner time. The fourth arrived with the evening paper. By the fifth, Vernon was starting to sweat. "It's a conspiracy," he told Petunia, voice low but not low enough. Harry pressed his ear to the cupboard door, listening. "Someone knows. Someone's watching us." "We should have drowned him when we had the chance," Petunia replied, and there was something in her voice that made Harry go cold. She wasn't joking. She wasn't even angry. She said it the way someone might observe that they should have taken a different route to avoid traffic. The letters kept coming. Through windows. Down chimneys. Tucked into egg cartons. Vernon boarded up the mail slot and the letters slipped through the gaps. He bricked up the fireplace and they came through the cracks around the door. On the third day, one appeared inside Harry's cupboard. He heard it arrive, a soft flutter in the darkness, the whisper of parchment settling on his thin mattress. His hands found it in the dark. Heavy paper, expensive. The wax seal was raised under his fingertips, some kind of crest with 4 sections. The wall beside him hummed, almost encouraging. Harry broke the seal. He couldn't read in the darkness, of course. But the moment his fingers touched the letter itself, something happened. The words rose up in his mind like memories he'd never known he had, like a voice speaking directly into his thoughts. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Magic. Witchcraft. Wizardry. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. It had a name. The strangeness that lived inside him, the something that made doors open and hair grow and houses protect him, it had a name. "We await your owl by no later than July 31st. He didn't know what that meant, the owl part. But he knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones like coming home, that he would go to this place. He would learn to use this power. He would become something more than the boy in the cupboard. The wall pulsed under his palm, warm and approving. The giant's name was Hagrid, and he filled the hut on the rock like a boulder dropped into a teacup. "A wizard," Harry repeated, the word still feeling foreign on his tongue. "I'm a wizard." A thumpin' good one, I'd wager," Hagrid said, his beetle-black eyes crinkling with warmth. "Once ye've been trained up a bit. With a mum and dad like yours, what else would ye be?" Mum and dad. Not the drunken car crash that killed them, not the worthless layabouts Petunia always claimed. A witch and a wizard, killed in a war, fighting against. Who's Voldemort? Hagrid flinched like Harry had slapped him. Even Dudley stopped whimpering in the corner, some animal instinct warning him that a dangerous name had been spoken. "Don't say that name," Hagrid said, barely a whisper. "But you just said, I know what I said." "Look, Harry." The giant shifted uncomfortably. "There was this wizard who went bad. As bad as ye could go. Worse. His name was." He swallowed. "People called him you know who. They still don't say his name. He killed your parents, Harry. And then he tried to kill you." Harry's hand drifted to his forehead. The scar there, the lightning bolt, had always been just another part of him. Another piece of strangeness. "He tried," Hagrid continued, "and, for some reason, it didn't work. No one knows why, or how, but his curse rebounded. Destroyed him. Or, well, destroyed something, anyway. He's gone, that's what matters. And you lived. The boy who lived. That's what they call ya. Every witch and wizard in the world knows your name. Famous. Harry Potter, cupboard dweller and weed puller, was famous. I don't want to be famous, he said quietly. I just want to learn. Hagrid smiled at that, soft and sad. Ye've got your mother's heart, ye do. She was the same. Brightest witch of her age, Lily Evans, and all she wanted was to understand how everything worked. Outside, the storm raged. Rain hammered the thin walls of the hut. But inside Harry's chest, something was perfectly still. Something was waiting. Hogwarts. The name felt like a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. Diagon Alley was a fever dream made of brick and magic. Harry walked through crowds that parted for him, though he didn't know why at first. Witches and wizards in robes of every color, their eyes going wide when they spotted him, their whispers following in his wake like ripples from a stone. Is that, the scar? Look at the scar, Harry Potter. Here, in Diagon Alley, Hagrid kept a protective hand on Harry's shoulder, steering him through the crush. The giant seemed uncomfortable with the attention, or maybe just uncomfortable with how many people wanted to shake Harry's hand, to thank him for something he couldn't remember doing. The leaky cauldron had been overwhelming. Flourish and blots was chaotic. The apothecary smelled like dead things left too long in the sun. But Ollivanders. Ollivanders was something else entirely. The shop was narrow and shabby, dust motes dancing in the thin light from a single window. Boxes piled floor to ceiling, thousands of them, each containing a wand waiting for its master. The air hummed with potential, with magic barely contained. Ah! The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. A man materialized from the shadows between shelves. Ollivander was ancient and strange, with pale silver eyes that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. You have your mother's eyes, he said. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. He moved closer. Harry resisted the urge to step back. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Those silver eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. On the scar. And that's where. Ollivander reached out, almost touching the lightning bolt, before pulling his hand back. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well. If I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He turned away abruptly. Now, then. Let's see what we have for you, Mr. Potter. What followed was an experience Harry would never quite be able to describe. Ollivander produced wand after wand, having Harry wave each one, and each one failed in increasingly spectacular ways. Windows shattered. Boxes exploded. At one point, a cascade of sparks set a stack of papers on fire. Tricky customer, Ollivander murmured, but he seemed delighted rather than frustrated. Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The shop went silent. Not quiet, silent, the kind of silence that has weight, that presses against your eardrums. Harry felt warmth flow through his fingers, up his arm, spreading through his whole body. Red and gold sparks shot from the wand's tip, but that wasn't the strange part. The strange part was that every other wand in the shop trembled in its box. Ollivander's pale eyes went wide. Curious. Very curious. What's curious? I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The words should have been ominous. They should have made Harry feel marked, chosen, trapped in some cosmic game he didn't understand. Instead, he felt something click into place. As if the universe itself had just confirmed something he'd always suspected: nothing about him was accidental. But that's not what's most curious, Ollivander continued, and now his voice was barely a whisper. It's that the other wands responded. I've never, in all my years, I've never seen wands react to another's matching like that. It's as though. He trailed off, shaking his head. As though what? Harry asked. Ollivander's silver eyes met his. As though they were paying respect, Mr. Potter. As though they knew something I do not. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Families saying goodbye, children wrestling trunks, owls hooting in their cages. The scarlet steam engine gleamed and the light filtered through the glass ceiling, magnificent and impossible and utterly, perfectly magical. Harry pushed through the crowd, his trunk on a trolley, Hedwig's cage balanced precariously on top. He was looking for an empty compartment, somewhere quiet where he could be alone with his thoughts. Instead, he found Ron Weasley. Everywhere else is full, the red-haired boy said, gesturing at the compartment. Do you mind? Harry didn't mind. He didn't mind the chocolate frogs or the endless questions or the immediate, easy friendship that seemed to spring up between them like something that had always existed and was only now being discovered. Ron was uncomplicated in the best possible way. He didn't treat Harry like a celebrity or a freak. He treated him like another 11-year-old, which was exactly what Harry needed. So what house do you think you'll be in? Ron asked through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. House. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Everyone gets sorted when they arrive. The Weasleys have been in Gryffindor for generations. Bill, Charlie, Percy, and I reckon Fred and George are too, though they won't tell me for certain. If I'm not in Gryffindor, Mum'll go spare. What makes someone go in which house? Gryffindor's for the brave. Hufflepuff's for the... well, the rest, I suppose. Ravenclaw's for the clever ones, and Slytherin. Ron's face darkened. Slytherin's where the dark wizards come from. You know who was a Slytherin. So was everyone who followed him, mostly. Harry thought about that. Brave, clever, dark, or leftover. It seemed like an odd way to sort children. The compartment door slid open. A bushy-haired girl with large front teeth stood there, already in her school robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said. The girl didn't leave. Her eyes fell on Harry, on his forehead, and widened. You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry said faintly. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, and I'm ever so excited to be going to Hogwarts. I've learned all the course books by heart of course and I only hope it will be enough. I've practiced a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me so far. Breathe, Harry suggested. Hermione blinked, then laughed. It transformed her face entirely, making her look like a different person, younger, warmer, less like a textbook come to life. Sorry. I do go on. It's just, neither of my parents are magical, you see, so this is all so new, and I'm worried I'll be behind everyone else who grew up in the wizarding world. I grew up with muggles, Harry said. Normal people. I only found out I was a wizard about a month ago. Really? Hermione's eyes went round. But you're Harry Potter. He didn't exactly get a choice in that, Ron pointed out. No, I suppose not. Hermione was looking at Harry differently now. Not with awe, but with something like recognition, the look of one outsider spotting another. Well. I should find Neville's toad. But I'll see you both at the sorting, won't I? She left. Mental, Ron said, but not unkindly. Harry watched the door where Hermione had disappeared. He had a feeling he'd be seeing a lot of her. The boats crossed a lake like black glass, the castle rising from the darkness ahead. Harry had thought he was prepared. He'd imagined towers and turrets, stone walls and magical windows. He'd pictured something grand and impressive, the kind of castle he'd seen in picture books at the library during stolen moments when the Dursleys weren't watching. He wasn't prepared. Hogwarts didn't just sit on the hill, it grew from it, as if the stone and the earth were the same thing, as if the castle had always been there and the rest of Scotland had simply formed around it. Towers climbed toward the stars. Windows glowed like eyes. The whole structure seemed alive in a way Harry couldn't explain. And it was watching him. He felt it the moment the boats rounded the cliff face and the full scope of the castle came into view. A weight of attention, ancient and patient, settling on him like a mantle. The other first years gasped and pointed, awed by the spectacle. Harry barely heard them. He was too busy listening to the castle breathe. Not literally, or maybe literally, he couldn't tell anymore. There was a rhythm to Hogwarts, a pulse that seemed to resonate with something inside him. The same frequency that had hummed in the walls of Privet Drive, amplified 1,000-fold. The same warmth that spread through his palm when he touched old stone, now surrounding him on every side. "All right there, Harry?" Ron asked. "Fine," Harry managed. "It's just, a lot." Understatement of the century. Professor McGonagall met them at the entrance hall. She was tall and stern-faced, with her hair pulled back in a severe bun and her eyes sharp enough to cut glass. Harry liked her immediately. "The sorting ceremony will determine which house you'll be in," she explained. "Your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room." She outlined the 4 houses, though Harry had already heard Ron's version. Her description was more neutral: Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. No mention of dark wizards. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily. I suggest you smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." She left. Immediately, the hall filled with nervous whispers. "How exactly do they sort us?" Harry asked Ron. "Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking." Harry hoped he was joking. A boy pushed through the crowd. Pale, pointed face, hair so blonde it was almost white. 2 larger boys flanked him like bodyguards. "So it's true," the pale boy said. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." The whispers stopped. Everyone was watching. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron made a sound that might have been a cough or might have been a laugh. Draco's eyes snapped to him. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand. Harry looked at it. He thought about the Dursleys, about how they'd treated him for 10 years. About the kind of people who measured worth by blood and money. About the boy in front of him who'd just insulted someone for the crime of being poor. "I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks," Harry said. Draco's pale cheeks flushed pink. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them, either. Something stirred in Harry's chest. Not anger, anger he knew, had lived with, had learned to control. This was different. This was cold, and patient, and utterly certain. "My parents died fighting evil," Harry said quietly. What did yours do? The temperature in the entrance hall dropped. Not metaphorically, actually dropped, enough that breath started to mist in the air. The ancient stones groaned, a sound that had no business coming from a building. Draco stepped back, suddenly uncertain. Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway. Form a line. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. The cold faded. The groaning stopped. But Harry noticed several of the other first years looking at him strangely, and he saw McGonagall's sharp eyes linger on his face for just a moment too long. The Great Hall was impossible. There was no other word for it. The ceiling, if it even had a ceiling, showed the night sky, stars wheeling overhead as if the room had no roof at all. Thousands of candles floated in midair. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, and at the far end, a high table where the teachers sat. Harry walked with the other first years, past the staring faces and the whispered speculation, toward a three-legged stool where a battered, ancient hat sat waiting. The hat sang. Harry barely heard the words, something about the houses and their virtues. He was too busy feeling the castle around him, the weight of attention that had grown stronger with every step into the hall. The walls were watching. The floor was watching. The very air seemed to hum with anticipation. When I call your name, McGonagall said, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah. A nervous-looking girl stumbled forward. The hat was placed on her head. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. One of the tables erupted in cheers. Hannah stumbled off to join them, looking relieved. More names were called. Some sortings were quick, others took longer. Harry watched, trying to understand the pattern, but there didn't seem to be one. The hat considered each person individually, taking its time. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for a long moment. Gryffindor. Hermione beamed and hurried to the cheering table. Harry noticed Ron looked slightly disappointed. Malfoy, Draco. The hat had barely touched his head before it screamed, Slytherin. Draco strode to the far table, looking smug. More names. More sortings. The anticipation in the hall was building, and Harry realized with growing unease that it wasn't just normal curiosity. The whispers were getting louder. Everyone knew he was next. Everyone was waiting. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool. His legs felt steady, which surprised him. The eyes of several hundred people followed his every step. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness. And then, difficult. Very difficult. The voice was in his head, ancient and considering. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting. The voice stopped. Harry waited. What are you? The hat's voice had changed. It sounded uncertain now, almost afraid. I've sorted thousands of students. Tens of thousands. I've touched the minds of wizards who would shape the world. But I've never felt anything like. Something was happening. Harry could feel it, a pressure building behind his eyes, in his chest, in the air itself. The silence in the great hall had turned absolute. I can't see clearly. There's something else here. Something older. Something, the hat screamed. Not a sorting declaration, an actual scream, ripped from whatever served as its throat. The sound filled the great hall, bounced off stone walls that were suddenly, impossibly, starting to glow. Harry tried to pull the hat off. It wouldn't move. The ceiling, the enchanted ceiling that showed the night sky, flickered. The stars went out. In their place, 4 faces appeared, vast and terrible and beautiful, looking down at the hall with eyes that had seen the birth of magic itself. A man with a lion's mane of red gold hair and a sword at his hip. A woman with silver eyes and an expression that seemed to contain every secret ever learned. Another woman, warm and sturdy, with earth on her hands and fire in her smile. A man with sharp features and clever eyes, his robes green as poison, his gaze cutting. The Founders. The four who had built Hogwarts 1,000 years ago. They were looking at Harry. The glow in the walls spread. Every stone in the castle began to pulse with light, gold from the right, silver from the left, warm copper from one end, cold green from the other. The colors swirled together, merged, separated, merged again. Students were screaming. Teachers were on their feet. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand, but he wasn't moving, he was staring at Harry with an expression of utter shock. And then Hogwarts spoke. It wasn't like the hat's voice, wasn't words in Harry's mind. This was the castle itself, stone and wood and glass and fire, 1,000 years of magic given voice. The sound came from everywhere at once, from the walls, from the floor, from the air, from somewhere deep in the earth below. Worthy. The hat vanished from Harry's head. In its place, something else appeared, a circlet of light, woven from all four colors, that settled on his brow like it had always belonged there. After 1,000 years of waiting, the crown has found its king. The pressure in Harry's chest exploded outward. He felt knowledge pouring into him, memories that weren't his own, skills that belonged to people dead for centuries. He felt the castle settle into his bones, felt every room and corridor and secret passage become part of him, felt wards that had protected Hogwarts since its founding wrap around his soul. He felt four voices, ancient and distinct, welcoming him home. And then everything went dark. Harry woke in a room that shouldn't exist. He knew this immediately, the same way he knew his own name. The room wasn't on any map, wasn't in any record, hadn't been seen by living eyes in over 900 years. It was the Founder's private study. Hidden at the heart of Hogwarts like a seed in an apple. 4 walls. 4 styles. One quarter was hung with crimson and gold, tapestries depicting battles and victories. Another was lined with bookshelves that seemed to go up forever, scrolls and tomes in languages Harry didn't recognize. The third was warm and earthen, with comfortable chairs and a fireplace that somehow smelled like a garden. The fourth was cool and elegant, with serpentine decorations and furniture that managed to be both beautiful and unsettling. 4 portraits hung in the center of the room, positioned so they could all see each other, and so they could all see the bed where Harry lay. "He's awake," said the woman with silver eyes. Rowena Ravenclaw. The name came to Harry without effort, part of the knowledge that had poured into him. "I told you he would survive." Survive? The red-haired man, Godric Gryffindor, laughed, a booming sound that should have been impossible from a painting. "The boy didn't just survive. Did you feel what happened? The castle nearly brought itself down trying to pour everything into him at once." "Perhaps because someone designed the fail-safes poorly," said the sharp-featured man. Salazar Slytherin. His portrait eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made Harry want to look away. "My fail-safes were perfectly adequate for a normal transfer of power," Rowena said coolly. "The problem is that there has never been a normal transfer. The castle has never chosen anyone before. Until now." The warm voice came from Helga Hufflepuff, her portrait eyes crinkling with something that looked like hope. "Until him." Harry sat up slowly. His body ached in ways he couldn't identify, as if he'd run a marathon and then been struck by lightning and then slept for a week all at once. "What happened?" His voice came out rough. What did the castle do to me?" "A fair question," Salazar said. "And one that deserves an honest answer. Hogwarts has claimed you as its king. The magic of all 4 founders now resides within you. You are, in effect, the living heart of this castle." "We didn't plan this," Godric said quickly. "When we built Hogwarts, we knew we wouldn't live forever. We designed the castle to be self-sustaining, to protect and teach magical children long after we were gone. The kingship thing was a failsafe. A failsafe for what? The four portraits exchanged looks. It was Rowena who answered. There is something bound beneath this castle, Harry Potter. Something that was here before us, something we couldn't destroy. The wards that imprison it require a human anchor, a witch or wizard of sufficient power to channel the castle's magic actively. Without that anchor, the wards weaken over time. Eventually, they fail. And that something gets out, Harry finished. Correct. Salazar's voice was grave. The castle has been waiting for someone worthy. Someone with enough raw power to serve as anchor, enough wisdom to not abuse the authority, enough courage to face what must be faced, enough loyalty to put Hogwarts before their own interests. Someone who embodied all four houses, Helga said softly. We always knew the king would have to be all of us, in a way. That's why the hat could never sort them. That's why the castle had to choose. Harry looked down at his hands. They looked the same as always, thin, calloused from years of manual labor at the Dursleys. Nothing special. Nothing kingly. Why me? Because you walked into this castle already knowing what it meant to protect something, Godric said. The Sorting Hat touched your mind before the castle awakened. It saw what you did at Privet Drive. The way you endured. The way you forgave. The way you noticed the magic in the walls and responded to it with kindness instead of fear. Most people don't notice, Rowena added. The castle's magic is subtle, at least to outsiders. But you've been speaking to magical buildings your whole life, haven't you? The house where you grew up. The shops in Diagon Alley. You've always felt the magic in the walls. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the warmth under his palm. About the cans of beans rolling across the floor. I thought I was imagining it. You weren't, Helga said. You were reaching out. And something was reaching back. The room fell silent. Harry looked at the four portraits, the four most famous witches and wizards in British history, dead for a millennium, now watching him with hope and fear and something that might have been recognition. What do I do now? Salazar smiled. It wasn't a warm expression, but it wasn't cruel either. It was the smile of someone who had finally found the answer to a puzzle they'd been working on for a very long time. Now, Harry Potter, you learn to be king. And we have a great deal to teach you. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, staring at the empty space where Harry Potter should have been. The boy had vanished from the great hall the moment the crowning, there was no other word for it, had completed. One moment he was slumping off the stool, unconscious. The next, he simply wasn't there. The castle had taken him somewhere even the headmaster's considerable knowledge couldn't locate. The Sorting Hat sat on its shelf, silent as it had been since it screamed. Dumbledore had tried to question it, but the hat refused to respond. He wasn't even certain it was capable of responding anymore. The magic that had animated it for 1,000 years seemed diminished. As if something had been taken from it and given to someone else. Fawkes trilled from his perch. A questioning note. I don't know, Dumbledore said. He was speaking to the bird, but really he was speaking to himself. I don't know what this means. I don't know what to do. He had spent 50 years building toward this moment. 50 years of careful manipulation, of subtle guidance, of positioning people and resources and knowledge for the day when Voldemort would return. Because Voldemort would return, Dumbledore was certain of it. The prophecy couldn't be fulfilled any other way. Harry Potter was supposed to be the weapon. The chosen one. The boy who would face Voldemort when the time came, who would defeat him through some combination of his mother's sacrifice and his own innate potential. Dumbledore had planned for every contingency. For Harry arriving at Hogwarts damaged by the Dursleys. For Harry needing guidance, protection, preparation for the battles ahead. He had not planned for this. A king. A king of Hogwarts, with the magic of the founders flowing through his veins and the castle itself at his command. Harry Potter was no longer a weapon to be aimed. He was a force to be reckoned with, and Dumbledore wasn't sure he could reckon with him. "What are you, Harry Potter?" he murmured. "And what? Does the castle know that I don't?" The fire in the hearth flickered. For just a moment, Dumbledore could have sworn the flames took on a greenish tinge. He was being watched. He was certain of it now. The castle was watching him, as it watched everyone within its walls. But it had never watched him like this before. Never with this weight of attention, this sense of judgment. Albus Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in Britain. He had defeated Grindelwald. He had defied Voldemort. He had guided the wizarding world through 2 wars and countless smaller crises. But sitting in his office, feeling the ancient magic of Hogwarts examine him like a bug under glass, he suddenly felt very, very old. The castle let Harry leave the founder's study the next morning. Or rather, the castle guided him. The corridors seemed to rearrange themselves, leading him by gentle nudges toward the great hall. He passed students who stopped and stared, teachers who nodded with expressions he couldn't read, ghosts who bowed as he passed. The crown was gone, he'd checked his reflection in a suit of armor, but something had changed in the way people looked at him. As if they could see something invisible sitting on his brow. The whispers were deafening. "Really a king? Magic of the founders. Did you see the ceiling? What does it mean?" Harry ignored them. The founders had warned him about this. They'd spent most of the night explaining what had happened, what it meant, and what he could expect. He was the king of Hogwarts. The title came with power, the ability to command the castle's magic, to access its secrets, to call upon skills and knowledge from all 4 founders. It also came with responsibilities. The wards. The students. The ancient evil bound in the depths. And it came with enemies. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall intercepted him before he reached the great hall. Her face was unreadable, but her eyes were sharp. "The headmaster would like to see you in his office. Immediately." "Of course," Harry said. "Could you tell me where that is?" He knew, of course. The castle had shown him, in the flood of information that had poured into his mind. But the founders had advised him to play ignorant for now. To give nothing away until he understood the board. McGonagall's eyes narrowed slightly. "Follow me." They walked in silence through corridors that were both familiar and strange. Harry felt the castle's attention on him with every step, felt the wards brush against his consciousness like loyal dogs greeting their master. It was overwhelming and comforting all at once. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office stepped aside without a password. Harry felt a flutter of amusement from the castle. The stone guardian was part of Hogwarts, and Hogwarts served its king. McGonagall noticed. Her lips pressed into a thin line. The office was cluttered with silver instruments that whirred and puffed, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, and books stacked on every available surface. Dumbledore sat behind a massive desk, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the morning light. "Harry, my boy. Please, sit." Harry sat. The chair was comfortable, but he noticed it was positioned lower than Dumbledore's, forcing him to look up. A small manipulation. A subtle power play. The castle whispered suggestions. Harry ignored them. He wasn't ready for that kind of confrontation. Not yet. "How are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked. His voice was warm, grandfatherly. "What happened last night was unprecedented. I can only imagine how overwhelming it must be." "I'm fine," Harry said. "The castle explained things." "Did it?" Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "And what did the castle explain?" "That it chose me as its king. That the magic of the founders now lives in me. That there's something dangerous bound beneath the school, and the crown exists to keep it contained." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry felt the air in the room shift. Tension. Surprise. A calculation being rapidly revised. That is remarkably accurate, Dumbledore said slowly. May I ask how you came by this information? The Founders told me. Their portraits are in a hidden room. The castle took me there when I passed out. Ah. Dumbledore folded his hands. I see. And are the Founders available to speak with others? I have many questions about last night's events. They said they'll speak with me, and only me, until they're satisfied I understand my responsibilities. A flash of something in those blue eyes. Frustration? Fear? Harry couldn't tell. Harry, Dumbledore said, leaning forward. I must confess, this situation concerns me deeply. You are 11 years old. Whatever the castle believes, whatever the Founders may have intended, you are a child. The weight of responsibility they've placed on you, I didn't ask for it, Harry said quietly. I didn't ask to be the boy who lived either. Or to grow up in a cupboard under the stairs. I didn't ask for any of this. Dumbledore froze. But it happened anyway, Harry continued. It's all happened anyway. And I can either complain about it, or I can learn to handle it. The Founders are going to teach me. That's more than anyone else has offered. The silence stretched. Harry, Dumbledore said finally. What do you know about your parents? About how they died? The non sequitur caught Harry off guard. Hagrid told me. Voldemort killed them. He tried to kill me and failed. Did Hagrid tell you why Voldemort targeted them? Why he came for you specifically? Harry shook his head. There was a prophecy, Dumbledore said. Made before you were born. It spoke of a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort heard part of the prophecy and became convinced it referred to you. That is why he killed your parents. That is why he tried to kill you. The castle rumbled. Just slightly. Just enough to remind Harry that he wasn't alone in this conversation. Why are you telling me this? Because I need you to understand the stakes, Dumbledore said. Voldemort is not gone, Harry. He is weakened, disembodied, but not destroyed. He will return. And when he does, you are destined to face him. Me specifically? Because of a prophecy. Because the prophecy marked you as his equal. Because your mother's sacrifice gave you protection no other wizard has. Because, Dumbledore hesitated. Because I have spent 10 years preparing for this moment. For your arrival at Hogwarts. For the beginning of your training to face him. Harry felt the weight of those words. 10 years. 10 years of planning, of preparation, of treating Harry as a piece on a chessboard. What kind of training? I had hoped, Dumbledore said carefully, to guide you. To help you understand your destiny. To prepare you gradually for the confrontation to come. And now? Now the situation has changed. Dumbledore's voice was soft. You are no longer just the boy who lived. You are the king of Hogwarts. The magic you now possess. Harry, I don't know anyone living who fully understands what the Founders could do. You may be more powerful than I am. More powerful than Voldemort himself. Is that a problem? The question hung in the air. Harry watched Dumbledore's face, searching for the truth behind the kindly mask. Power is never a problem, Dumbledore said finally. Only its misuse. I want to help you, Harry. I want to guide you. But I need to know, can I trust you? Harry thought about the question. Thought about the manipulation he could feel underlying Dumbledore's words. Thought about the 10 years of planning, the prophecy, the carefully laid schemes. Can I trust you? He asked. Dumbledore blinked. That's not an accusation, Harry clarified. It's a genuine question. You've been planning my life for 10 years. You put me with the Dursleys. You probably had reasons. Maybe good ones. But you never asked what I wanted. You never gave me a choice. Harry, the castle gave me a choice, Harry continued. When it was pouring all that power into me, it asked if I was willing. It explained what would happen. It waited for my answer before it did anything permanent. He stood. The chair seemed to rise slightly with him, or maybe the floor just adjusted. Either way, he was no longer looking up at Dumbledore. I don't know if I can trust you, Professor. I don't know if you've ever given me a reason to. But I'm willing to find out. The question is, are you willing to give me one? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. I'm not what anyone expected. I'm getting used to it. Harry turned and walked to the door. It opened before he reached it. Harry. He paused but didn't look back. Be careful. There are forces at work in this castle, and in this world, that even the founders couldn't fully control. Power attracts enemies. And you have just become very, very powerful. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm going to learn how to protect myself. And everyone else. He left the office. Behind him, Dumbledore sat motionless, staring at the door that had opened on its own. The castle was listening. The castle was watching. And it had made its choice. Ron Weasley was waiting in the common room. Harry hadn't expected that. He hadn't expected anyone, really. He assumed his dramatic exit from the Great Hall and subsequent disappearance had made him a pariah or a legend or something equally inconvenient. But there was Ron, sitting in an armchair by the fire, looking like he hadn't slept. All right, mate? Ron asked. Harry paused. I honestly don't know how I am. Yeah, that's fair. Ron stood, stretching muscles stiff from a night in an uncomfortable chair. The thing is, I've been thinking. And I'm not very good at thinking, Percy's always telling me that, but I've been at it all night and I've decided something. What's that? You're still the bloke I met on the train. Ron's voice was firm. You're still the bloke who shared his chocolate frogs and didn't care that my family's poor. The castle did something to you, I don't understand what, but you're still Harry. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Something he hadn't realized was tight. I'm not sure I know who Harry is anymore. Then figure it out. Ron shrugged. And I'll be here while you do. That's what friends are for, right? The word hit Harry like a physical blow. Friends. He'd never had a friend before. Not really. Not someone who stuck around by choice. Why? He asked. Why would you want to be friends with whatever I am now? Because you didn't choose this, Ron said simply. You didn't ask to be special or powerful or whatever. You were just a kid trying to get sorted, same as the rest of us, and then the bloody castle went mental. That's not your fault. And if everyone treats you different because of it, that's on them, not you. Ron held out his hand. The same gesture Draco had made in the entrance hall, but with none of the calculation. Just simple, honest friendship. Harry took it. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. Seriously, don't, I've got a reputation to maintain. Can't have people thinking I'm nice. Ron grinned. Now come on, you missed breakfast, but I reckon we can sneak down to the kitchens. Fred and George showed me the way. Harry let himself be led through the portrait hole. The castle hummed around him, warm and approving. He was king of Hogwarts. He had the power of the founders. He had enemies he hadn't even met yet, and responsibilities he barely understood. But he also had a friend. And right now, that was enough. The kitchens were in the basement, behind a painting of a fruit bowl. Ron tickled the pair, it giggled and became a door handle, and they stepped into a room that was a mirror of the great hall above, same size, same layout, but filled with work tables and cooking fires and house elves. So many house elves. Harry had never seen anything like them. Small creatures, barely 3 feet tall, with huge bat-like ears and eyes the size of tennis balls. They swarmed around the kitchen, cooking and cleaning and organizing, moving with a precision that was almost mechanical. The moment Harry entered, they stopped. Every single house elf in the kitchen froze mid-motion, turned to face him, and bowed so deeply their noses touched the floor. "The king," one of them whispered. "The king has come to the kitchens." "Oh bloody hell," Ron muttered. Harry felt the castle's attention sharpen. Felt something in the ancient magic that bound the elves to Hogwarts recognize him, respond to him. The elves weren't just bowing out of respect. They were responding to a connection he could feel like a thread between them. "Please," Harry said. "You don't have to bow." The elves looked uncertain. One of them, older than the others, with ears slightly more drooped, stepped forward. "The king is kind," she said. "But we is knowing our place. We serves Hogwarts. We serves the king. I appreciate that. But I'd rather you served the students." Harry paused, feeling his way through unfamiliar territory. Hogwarts exists for them. So do I think. If you want to serve me, serve them well. The old elf's eyes went wide. Around the kitchen, other elves were whispering to each other, expressions ranging from confusion to something that looked almost like hope. "The king is being very different from the masters we remember," the old elf said slowly. "I hope so. What's your name?" "Mipsy, your majesty." "Just Harry is fine." "Thank you, Mipsy. For everything you do. For all the students who never know to thank you." Mipsy's eyes filled with tears. The kitchen erupted in activity, elves rushing to bring Harry food, to offer drinks, to find the most comfortable seat. Their earlier nervous reverence had transformed into something warmer. Ron watched with his mouth open. "What?" Harry asked, accepting a plate of sandwiches. "Nothing," Ron said. "Just, you're good at this. The king thing. It's weird." Harry thought about the cupboard. About the cans of beans. About the magic that had always responded to kindness. "I had practice," he said. "In a way." They ate in comfortable silence while the elves returned to their work, occasionally glancing at Harry like they couldn't quite believe he was real. The castle hummed around them, content. It was, Harry reflected, the closest thing to peace he'd felt in his entire life. The peace lasted until third period. Defense against the dark arts was taught by a man named Professor Quirrell, who wore a purple turban and smelled faintly of garlic. He stuttered constantly, flinched at loud noises, and seemed terrified of his own shadow. He also made Harry's scar burn the moment Harry walked into the classroom. Harry sat down hard, pressing his hand to his forehead. The pain was sharp and sudden, like someone had pressed a hot coal to his skin. "Harry?" Hermione's voice came from beside him. He hadn't noticed her sitting there. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Harry managed. "Headache." But it wasn't a headache. The castle was screaming warnings at him, feelings more than words. Wrong. Danger. Enemy. The wards were agitated, sensing something they couldn't identify. Something that had hidden itself well. Harry looked at Quirrell. The professor was writing on the blackboard, his back to the class, turban slightly askew. The burning intensified. Harry forced himself to focus. Ravenclaw's gift, the founders had called it, the ability to see magical constructs, to analyze them, to understand. He reached for that power now, directing it at the man in front of the classroom. And nearly screamed. There was something attached to Quirrell. Not physically, magically. A parasite, a passenger, a presence that shouldn't exist. It was hidden, wrapped in wards and concealments that even Harry's new senses could barely penetrate. But it was there. Dark and hungry and watching. The presence noticed his attention. Harry felt it turn toward him, felt recognition and hatred in something that might have been fear. He withdrew immediately, slamming mental walls into place. The Founders had taught him basic defenses last night, and he deployed them all, hiding his awareness, pretending he hadn't seen anything. The burning in his scar faded to a dull ache. "Mr. Peapotter?" Quirrell had turned around. "Is there something wrong?" "No, sir. Just a headache. Perhaps you should visit the hospital wing." "I'm fine. Thank you." Harry kept his eyes on his desk for the rest of the lesson. His mind was racing. The thing attached to Quirrell, it had felt familiar. The same flavor of magic that had given him his scar. The same darkness that had killed his parents. Voldemort. Dumbledore had said he wasn't destroyed, just weakened. Disembodied. Not so disembodied anymore. Harry needed to tell someone. But who? Dumbledore might help, but Harry still didn't trust him. The Founders could advise, but they were portraits, they couldn't act in the physical world. His friends would try to help, but they were 11, and this was a Dark Lord. The castle rumbled quietly, sensing his distress. "I know," Harry murmured under his breath. "I know you're watching. But I don't think you can fight this for me." A feeling of frustrated agreement. The castle's magic was bound by rules even older than the Founders. It could protect. It could warn. It could empower its king. But it couldn't reach beyond its own walls, couldn't directly attack someone who hadn't attacked it first. Harry would have to handle this himself. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, he felt something unfamiliar settle in his chest. Purpose. Direction. For the first time in his life, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Learn. Grow. Prepare. Because Voldemort was hiding in this school, and sooner or later, there would be a confrontation. Harry intended to be ready. That night, in the Founders' study, Harry told them what he'd seen. Godric swore creatively in what Harry assumed was medieval English. Rowena went very still. Helga looked worried. Salazar looked thoughtful. "You're certain?" Rowena asked. "The presence felt like the one who gave you your scar." "Yes." The castle confirmed it. "There's something dark attached to Quirrell, hiding behind the turban. Something that felt like Voldemort." "The Dark Lord has found a way to survive," Salazar murmured. "Impressive, in its way. Terrible, but impressive. Can you tell me how to fight him?" "Not directly," Godric admitted. "Whatever he's done to anchor himself, it's not something we've seen before. But we can teach you combat magic, defensive techniques, ways to shield your mind from his influence." "The scar is concerning," Rowena added. "It reacts to his presence. That suggests a connection, magical residue from his failed killing curse, perhaps. We need to understand that connection before you confront him. What if he attacks before I'm ready? Then you run." Helga said firmly. "Pride is a fool's shield. If you're outmatched, you retreat. Live to fight another day." "She's right," Salazar agreed, and there was respect in his voice. "Courage is knowing when to stand. Wisdom is knowing when to flee. You'll need both before this is over." Harry nodded slowly. "How long do I have?" "Unknown." Rowena's silver eyes were distant, calculating. "But I doubt he's here by coincidence. Hogwarts has something he wants. The third-floor corridor. The one that's forbidden." "The stone," Helga said quietly. "The Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore brought it here for protection. It can create the elixir of life, immortality for anyone who drinks it. And Voldemort wants to be immortal. He already is, in a sense, or he couldn't have survived." Salazar's voice was grim. "But his current existence must be miserable. A wraith, clinging to a host's body, unable to act freely. The stone would change that. It would give him back his power. Harry felt the pieces clicking together. So Quirrell, Voldemort, is going to try for the stone. And Dumbledore knows. That's why the corridor is forbidden. Almost certainly, Rowena confirmed. The headmaster has laid traps, no doubt. But if Voldemort is desperate enough, then I need to be ready. Harry stood. Teach me. Whatever you can, whatever I can handle. I'm not going to let him get that stone. The founders exchanged looks. Something passed between them, a conversation in glances that had been perfected over centuries of partnership. Training begins at dawn, Godric said finally. And Harry? This won't be easy. We don't have time to coddle you. I grew up in a cupboard, Harry said. Nothing's easy. I'm used to it. For the first time, Salazar smiled. It was a small thing, barely a curve of his painted lips, but it was real. You'll do, Potter, he said. You'll do. The days blurred together. Dawn training with Godric, combat magic, dueling techniques, the proper way to hold a wand during battle. The sword summoning, too, though Harry couldn't maintain it for more than a few seconds yet. Morning classes, where Harry pretended to be a normal student while tracking Quirrell's movements through the castle's awareness. The professor was cautious, never going near the third-floor corridor, but Harry could feel his restlessness growing. Afternoon study with Rowena, theory, history, the deep architecture of magic itself. She pushed him harder than any teacher ever had, expecting him to grasp concepts that seventh years struggled with. Evening sessions with Helga, empathy, healing, the art of reading people. She taught him to use Hufflepuff's gift consciously, to distinguish between surface emotions and deeper truths. Late nights with Salazar, strategy, politics, the kind of thinking that turned enemies into allies and traps into opportunities. Harry discovered that he had a talent for this, for seeing patterns and possibilities. Through it all, the castle trained him too. It showed him secret passages, taught him the rhythm of its wards, let him practice extending his awareness through its stone and wood. Every day, his connection deepened. His classmates noticed the change. Harry couldn't hide it anymore, the way he walked, the way he spoke, the quiet certainty that had replaced his initial confusion. He was still friendly, still tried to be normal, but something in his eyes had shifted. Draco Malfoy avoided him now. After the incident in the entrance hall, Draco had tried once more to establish dominance, cornering Harry in a hallway with his two goons behind him. Harry had simply looked at him, and the wall beside them had groaned, and Draco had gone pale and walked away without a word. Some enemies you didn't need to fight. You just needed to remind them what they were up against. Other students were drawn to him. Neville Longbottom, once a stuttering mess of anxiety, had started sitting with Harry in classes. Hermione, initially put off by the crown business, had become fascinated by it. She spent hours in the library researching Hogwarts history, bringing Harry pieces of information he hadn't found in the founders' memories. Susan Bones, whose aunt ran the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had approached him quietly one day in the library. "My aunt wants to know what really happened that night," she'd said. "The Ministry version doesn't make sense. Magical crowns don't just appear out of nowhere." "Tell her she can ask me directly," Harry had replied. "I've got nothing to hide." He hadn't heard back yet, but he felt the weight of political attention gathering around him. The Ministry. The old families. The newspapers. They were all watching, trying to figure out what Harry Potter being king actually meant. Let them watch. Harry had more immediate concerns. 3 weeks after the sorting, Harry woke from a dream of shadows. He'd been standing in darkness, crown of light on his brow, facing something vast and terrible. A king with no face, wearing a crown of black iron. They'd circled each other like wolves, neither willing to strike first. "You cannot keep what was always mine," the Shadow King had said. Before the founders, before the school, there was a king. And there will be again. Harry had woken with those words echoing in his skull, and scratched into his bedpost, in a language that shouldn't exist anymore. He showed it to the founders. Their reaction was immediate and alarming. Godric's portrait went pale. Rowena's eyes widened. Helga's hands flew to her mouth. And Salazar. Salazar looked like he'd seen a ghost. Which, given that he was technically a ghost of sorts himself, was particularly impressive. The hollow crown, Rowena whispered. He's waking. Who's waking? The thing beneath the castle. Godric's voice was rough. We told you something was bound here. We didn't tell you everything. Tell me now. So they did. Before Hogwarts, before the founders, there had been a magical settlement on this hill. A community of witches and wizards, ruled by a king who had unified them through power and fear. He'd been brilliant, terrible, the most powerful wizard of his age. But he'd wanted more. He'd sought immortality not through the Philosopher's Stone, but through darker means. He'd tried to bind his soul to the very land itself, to become one with the magic of Britain. The ritual had failed, or succeeded too well. His body had died, but his consciousness had survived, trapped in the earth beneath the hill. The founders had discovered him when they'd built Hogwarts. They'd fought him. They'd won. But they couldn't destroy him, he was too deeply rooted in the land's magic. So they'd bound him instead, wrapping him in wards powered by the castle itself. We designed the kingship to reinforce those wards, Rowena explained. The crown draws power from the castle. That power strengthens the bindings. Without a king, the wards weaken over time. You've been asleep for 1,000 years, Godric added. The castle kept the wards going, but barely. When you were crowned, when all that power flowed into you, some of it must have leaked. The Shadow King is stirring, Salazar finished. And he's reaching for you specifically. The crown you wear was supposed to be his. He designed it, originally. We just repurposed it after he fell. Harry stared at the scratched words on his bedpost. The language was the Shadow King's own, the magical tongue he'd invented, that the founders had partially adopted for their own enchantments. Harry could read it because the crown carried that knowledge. There can only be one king. What do I do? For now, nothing, Rowena said. He can reach your dreams, leave messages, but he can't act directly yet. The wards still hold. But you need to grow stronger. The stronger you become, the stronger the wards become. It's a race, in a way. Between me and him. Between what you could become, Salazar said quietly, and what he already is. Harry thought about Voldemort, hiding in Quirrell's turban. About the Ministry, watching from a distance. About Dumbledore, with his plans and prophecies. And now this, an ancient evil buried under his feet, waking up because he'd dared to accept a crown. I'm starting to feel like the universe has a personal grudge against me. Power attracts trouble, Helga said gently. That's the price. But power also gives you the tools to handle it. Trust yourself, Harry. Trust the castle. Trust us. Do I have a choice? Always. Godric's smile was fierce. You always have a choice. That's what makes you king. October came with golden leaves and growing tension. Quirrell was getting bolder. Harry tracked his movements through the castle, noting how often he lingered near the third-floor corridor, how his eyes flickered toward Dumbledore during meals. The thing behind the turban was hungry, and its patience was wearing thin. The Shadow King's whispers grew louder. Not just in dreams now, sometimes Harry heard them in quiet moments, a voice beneath the castle's hum. It couldn't reach him directly, but it could reach others. Students had started reporting nightmares. A first year had wandered into the Forbidden Forest in a trance, claiming later that a voice had told him there was treasure hidden among the trees. Harry had Hagrid's help pulling the boy out. He hadn't mentioned the voice to anyone else. And in the wider world, political forces were mobilizing. The Daily Prophet ran stories about the boy who would be king, painting Harry as either a savior or a threat depending on who was paying for the ink that day. Ministry owls arrived daily with requests for meetings that Harry politely declined through McGonagall. Lucius Malfoy's name appeared in the papers more and more often. The man was organizing something, rallying the old pure-blood families, making speeches about traditional values and proper magical education. Reading between the lines, Harry understood, Malfoy was building a coalition against him. Let him build. Harry would be ready. Halloween arrived with a feast and a troll in the dungeons. Harry felt at the moment the creature entered the castle, a wrongness in the wards, something that shouldn't be here. He was on his feet before Quirrell finished his stammered announcement, his eyes finding the professor's face and seeing what he expected, false fear, real anticipation. A distraction. Quirrell had arranged this. Harry. Ron was at his elbow. What's wrong? Quirrell let the troll in. He's going for the stone. How do you? Ron's eyes widened. The castle. You can feel it. Yes. And there's something else. Harry's gaze swept the chaos of the Great Hall. Students were panicking. Teachers were shouting orders. In all the confusion, one person was missing. Hermione. She wasn't at the feast. She's been in the bathroom all day, Ron said. Some of the Slytherin girls said nasty things this morning. They locked eyes. The bathroom. The dungeons. The troll. Let's go, Harry said. They ran. The castle guided them, corridors shifting to shorten their path. Harry felt the troll's presence like a wound in the wards, big, stupid, and very, very dangerous. It was moving toward the bathrooms. Toward Hermione. They arrived seconds before the troll did. Hermione was standing at the sinks, face red from crying, completely unaware of the danger. She looked up when Harry and Ron burst in. What are you, troll? Ron screamed. The wall exploded. The mountain troll was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned and thick-skulled, wielding a club the size of a tree trunk. It looked at the three small humans in front of it and bellowed, a sound that shook the windows. Hermione screamed. Ron grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the door. Harry. Harry reached for the castle. Power flooded through him. Not the refined skills the founders had been teaching, but raw magic, the castle's essence, responding to its king's need. Harry raised his hand, and the wall answered. Stones pulled themselves free, reshaping into a barrier between the troll and his friends. The creature roared, slamming its club against the obstruction. Go! Harry shouted. Get help! We're not leaving you! Ron shouted back. The troll smashed through the stone barrier. Harry rolled aside, feeling the club whistle past his head. He was fast, Godric's training had seen to that, but speed wouldn't stop a mountain troll. The sword, the castle whispered. Call the sword. He tried. Gold light flickered in his palm, the ghost of a handle, but it wouldn't solidify. He wasn't strong enough yet. The troll swung again. Harry dodged, but his foot caught on debris. He went down, and the club came up for the killing blow. A toilet exploded. Not just any explosion, a geyser of water that slammed into the troll's face with the force of a fire hose. Hermione stood in the wreckage of a stall, wand in hand, face set with terrified determination. I read about that spell in Chapter 4, she said, voice shaking. I wasn't sure it would work. The troll, blinded and furious, swung wildly. Its club caught a pipe, and more water burst forth, flooding the bathroom. Ron grabbed a piece of broken porcelain and hurled it at the creature's head. Hey, ugly! Over here! The troll turned. Ron's eyes went wide. Oh no! That worked. Harry found his feet. The creature was distracted, confused by the water and the noise. He needed something to end this. The sword wouldn't come. His combat magic wasn't strong enough. But the castle. The castle was his. He reached out, not for power, but for architecture. He felt the bathroom structure, the weight of stone and timber above, the supports that held it all together. One support in particular was directly above the troll's head. "Are you sure?" the castle asked. "Yes." He pulled. The ceiling didn't collapse, that would have killed them all. But the support beam dropped, 12 feet of solid oak, landing squarely on the troll's thick skull. The creature swayed. Its eyes crossed. It fell backward like a tree, unconscious before it hit the ground. The bathroom was quiet except for the sound of rushing water. "Did you just..." Hermione started. "Drop a ceiling beam on a troll?" Harry finished. "Yes. That's not in any of the textbooks." "I know. I'm writing new ones." Ron stared at the unconscious creature. "You're mental," he said finally. "Brilliant, but mental." Harry laughed. It hurt, he'd bruised something in the fall, but he laughed anyway. The terror was fading, replaced by something lighter. They'd survived. Together. Footsteps thundered in the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst through the door, freezing at the scene before them. McGonagall's face went through several expressions before settling on stern concern. "What is the meaning of this?" "The troll," Harry said simply. "Hermione was in danger. We helped. You foolish children, you could have been killed. We weren't." Harry met her eyes steadily. "We're fine." McGonagall opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. Her gaze moved to the troll, to the ceiling beam, to the 3 first-years standing in a flooded bathroom like it was the most natural thing in the world. 10 points from Gryffindor, she said finally. For disobeying direct orders. And 50 points to Gryffindor, for outstanding courage and quick thinking under pressure. She swept out. Snape lingered, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an unreadable expression. Behind him, Quirrell trembled, but Harry caught a flash of something else in the man's eyes. Frustration. The distraction hadn't worked. Quirrell hadn't reached the stone. "I know what you are," Harry thought, letting none of it show on his face. "And I'll be ready when you try again." That night, Hermione officially joined their group. "I've been thinking," she said as they sat in the common room, wrapped in blankets, hot chocolate warming their hands. "About the troll. About what you did." "What I did was improvise badly," Harry admitted. "What you did was save my life." Her eyes were fierce. "Both of you. You didn't have to come. You barely knew me." "You're our friend," Ron said, like it was obvious. "Course we came." "That's just it, I wasn't your friend. I've been annoying and pushy and I know everyone thinks I'm a know-it-all." "You are a know-it-all," Harry interrupted. "That's why we need you." Hermione blinked. "I'm going to be honest," Harry continued. "The castle chose me as king. I have the Founder's magic. I can feel every room in Hogwarts and talk to 1,000-year-old portraits. But I'm also 11, and I have no idea what I'm doing." "You seemed pretty sure of yourself with Dumbledore," Ron pointed out. "I was faking it. Salazar says that's half of leadership, pretending you know what you're doing until you actually do." "That's terrible advice," Hermione said. "It's very Slytherin advice." Harry smiled slightly. "But the point is, I need help. Real help, from people I can trust. Not followers, not subjects, not people who want something from me. Friends." He held out his hand. Hermione looked at it, then at Ron, then back at Harry. "Friends," she agreed, and shook. Ron piled his hand on top of theirs. "Friends. But if either of you tells anyone I got emotional, I'll deny everything." They laughed, and the fire crackled, and outside the windows, the castle hummed with approval. Later, in the Founder's study, Harry reported the night's events. The troll was Quirrell's work, he concluded. I'm certain of it. He wanted everyone distracted so he could go for the stone. And he failed, Godric noted. Good. He'll try again. He's getting desperate, I can feel it. The thing inside him is pushing harder. Then we must push harder too, Salazar said. Your improvisation with the ceiling beam was clever, but crude. We need to refine your control. You need allies as well, Helga added. You've made a good start with your friends, but 1 king and 2 first years won't be enough if Voldemort moves openly. Who do you suggest? The students, Rowena said. Not all of them, but more than 3. You need eyes and ears throughout the castle. A network of people who trust you, who will warn you if something is wrong. That sounds like building an army. That sounds like being a king, Salazar corrected. Power without people is just potential. You need both. Harry thought about Neville, quiet but determined. Susan, with her connections to the DMLE. Even Theodore Nott, the Slytherin boy who'd been hanging around the edges of things, watching. Any other advice? Don't die, Godric offered. Thank you, Godric. Very helpful. I try. Harry left the study as dawn approached. He had classes in a few hours, training to continue, a Dark Lord to watch and a Shadow King to resist. But he also had friends. He had a castle. He had 4 centuries of magical knowledge at his fingertips and a crown of light that sat invisible on his brow. He was 11 years old, and the fate of Hogwarts rested on his shoulders. Somehow, despite everything, he was smiling. The final scene of Harry's first chapter as king happened on the last night of October. He stood on the astronomy tower, looking out over the moonlit grounds. The castle hummed beneath his feet, content and watchful. In the distance, the forbidden forest was a dark smudge against the stars. Something stirred in the depths below. Harry felt it like an itch at the back of his mind, the Shadow King, pressing against his prison, testing the wards. I will be free, the voice whispered. One way or another. Crown or no crown. Not today, Harry said aloud. No. Not today. But soon. The presence faded. Harry stayed on the tower until dawn, watching the darkness give way to light. In the coming weeks, there would be challenges. Quirrell would make another attempt. The Ministry would increase its pressure. The Shadow King would test his strength. But that was the future. This moment, right now, cold air and distant stars and a castle that loved him, this was enough. He was Harry Potter, King of Hogwarts, heir to the Founders. And he was just getting started. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Weight of Crowns. The Founders' study existed outside of normal space. Harry had learned this in bits and pieces over the past month, but it wasn't until November's first frost that Rowena explained it properly. The room occupied a fold in Hogwarts architecture, a pocket dimension that the 4 of them had created during the castle's construction. It could be anywhere and nowhere, accessible only to those the castle permitted entry. We needed a place to argue without the students hearing, Godric had said, grinning. Salazar and I got loud. You threw a table at my head, Salazar replied mildly. You deserved it. I usually did. Now Harry sat in the study center, cross-legged on a rug that Helga claimed she'd woven herself 1,000 years ago. The 4 portraits surrounded him, watching as he attempted something that should have been impossible for a first year. He was trying to hold the sword. Golden light flickered in his palm, forming and reforming. The shape was there, the crossguard, the grip, the first inches of blade, but it kept dissolving, slipping through his fingers like water. You're thinking too hard, Godric said. The sword isn't a spell. It's an extension of will. I'm willing it as hard as I can. That's the problem. You're forcing it. The sword responds to need, not desire. Harry let the light fade, frustrated. He'd been at this for 2 hours, and his progress could be measured in millimeters. The sword had come to him once, during the duel with Malfoy's champion, but that had been instinct, pure reaction to mortal danger. Replicating it deliberately was proving impossible. Perhaps we should try a different approach, Rowena suggested. The sword is Godric's legacy, but you carry all 4 of ours. Your path to mastery may not be the same as his. What do you mean? I mean that Godric was a warrior first. He learned to fight before he learned to think. You're different. You analyze, strategize, look for patterns. That's not weakness, it's just a different kind of strength. Salazar leaned forward in his frame. She's suggesting you approach the sword intellectually rather than instinctively. Understand what it is before you try to wield it. It's a sword. Pointy end goes in the enemy. Godric laughed. I like this boy. It's more than that, Rowena continued, ignoring him. The sword is a manifestation of Gryffindor's core essence, courage, nobility, the willingness to stand against evil. When you summon it, you're not creating metal from nothing. You're giving physical form to an ideal. Harry considered this. So I need to embody the ideal? In a sense. You need to understand what courage means to you. Not Godric's courage, yours. The sword will respond to that. What if my courage looks different from his? Then the sword might look different too. Rowena smiled slightly. Magic is personal, Harry. Especially magic this old. The Founder's gifts adapt to their bearers. It was something to think about. Harry filed it away, adding it to the growing collection of lessons that needed processing. The Founders taught in waves, information first, understanding later. He'd learned to trust the process. Enough sword work for today, Helga said warmly. You have classes to attend, and I believe your friends are waiting. Harry glanced at the door. He couldn't see through it, the study's magic prevented that, but he could feel the castle's awareness. Ron and Hermione were in the common room, books spread across a table, pretending to study while actually worrying about him. They're good for you, Helga continued. Don't neglect them for training. Even kings need companions. Especially kings, Salazar added. Isolation breeds paranoia, and paranoia breeds poor decisions. Trust me, I learned that lesson the hard way. Harry nodded and rose. Same time tomorrow. Earlier, Godric said. We're starting physical conditioning. I want you on the grounds at dawn, ready to run. Run where? Until I say stop. Harry groaned but didn't argue. Godric's training was brutal, but it was also effective. In the month since Halloween, Harry's reflexes had sharpened noticeably. He moved differently now, more balanced, more aware. Several of the older students had commented on it, wondering where the clumsy first year had gone. He left the study, stepping through a door that deposited him in a 7th-floor corridor that definitely hadn't contained a door moments before. The castle reconfigured behind him, hiding the entrance. Time to be a student again. The common room was warm and crowded with afternoon sunlight. November had brought gray skies and bitter winds, making the firelit interior of Gryffindor Tower feel like a sanctuary. Ron looked up from his potions essay as Harry approached. You look knackered. Godric wants me running at dawn tomorrow. Running? Like, just, running. He says physical fitness matters even for wizards. Something about stamina in extended duels. Hermione's quill paused over her own essay. That actually makes sense. Magical exhaustion correlates with physical exhaustion in several studies. Wizards who maintain their bodies can cast longer and more precisely. I hate that you know that, Ron said. I hate that you don't. Harry dropped into a chair between them, letting out a long breath. The normalcy of it, the bickering, the homework, the comfortable routine, was exactly what he needed after hours of trying to manifest a legendary sword through sheer force of will. "How was your morning?" Hermione asked. "Frustrating. The sword still won't come reliably." "Can you show us what you mean?" Harry hesitated. He'd been careful about displaying his abilities in public, mindful of the attention he already attracted. But the common room was nearly empty, just a few upper years in the far corner, absorbed in their own work. He held out his hand, palm up, and focused. Golden light sparked between his fingers. The shape began to form, crossguard, grip, the suggestion of a blade. It held for 3 seconds before dissolving into sparks that faded like dying embers. "That's amazing," Hermione breathed. "That's 3 seconds of holding something I should be able to maintain indefinitely." Godric could keep the sword manifested for hours. Godric was also a grown man who'd spent decades practicing, Ron pointed out. "You've been at this a month. Cut yourself some slack." "I don't have decades. Quirrell is getting more desperate every day. I can feel him testing the wards around the third-floor corridor, looking for weaknesses." "And the Shadow King?" Harry shook his head. "I'm running out of time." Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. They'd been told about the Shadow King, the ancient evil bound beneath the castle. Hermione had spent several late nights researching, trying to find historical references, but whatever records had existed seemed to have been deliberately destroyed. "We could help more," Hermione said carefully. "With training, I mean. I know we can't practice what you're learning from the Founders, but there are other things. Dueling theory. Magical defense. Even just sparring so you have real opponents to practice against." "You want to duel me?" "I want to be useful." There was steel in her voice. "You're our friend, Harry. You saved my life. Let us help." Harry looked at her, then at Ron, who was nodding firmly despite the nervous bob of his throat. They meant it. They wanted to stand beside him, even knowing what he faced. "Okay," he said. "But we do this properly. The room of requirement, the Founders told me about it. A room that becomes whatever you need. We can train there without anyone knowing. When do we start?" "Tonight. After curfew." Hermione's eyes widened. "But that's against the rules. So is a Dark Lord hiding in a teacher's turban, but here we are." Ron grinned. "I like this side of you. Very Slytherin. Salazar says the same thing. Drives Godric mental." The room of requirement appeared on the 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance ballet. Harry walked past the blank wall 3 times, thinking clearly about what he needed: a space to train, to practice, to prepare for what was coming. On the 3rd pass, a door materialized from nothing, dark wood, iron-banded, ancient. "That's incredible," Hermione whispered. "The castle just created this?" "The room already existed," Harry explained. "It just hides until someone needs it. The Founders built it as a sanctuary, a place that could be anything." He pushed the door open. Inside was a space the size of the Great Hall, but shaped differently, circular, with high windows that showed a simulated sky. Training dummies lined one wall. Bookshelves lined another, filled with texts on dueling and defense. The floor was padded, designed for falls. In the center, a sparring circle had been marked in silver. "It's perfect," Ron said, awe in his voice. "It's what we asked for." Harry stepped inside, feeling the room's magic respond to his presence. The room reads intent. If we come here wanting to learn, it provides. If we came wanting to hide, it would be different. What if someone else wanted to find it? They'd need to want exactly what we want. Otherwise, the door won't appear for them. Hermione was already at the bookshelves, running her fingers along the spines. "Some of these are centuries old. I've never even heard of half these titles." "Focus, Hermione. Books later, training now." She pulled herself away reluctantly. Fine. What's the plan? Harry walked to the sparring circle, drawing his wand. We start basic. Standard defensive spells, shield charms, disarming, stunning. I need to see where you both are before we can figure out what you need to work on. And what about you? I'll be working on control. The Founder's magic is powerful, but wild. If I can't direct it precisely, I'm as dangerous to allies as enemies. They trained for 2 hours. Ron was rough but showed potential, his reflexes were good, and he had a natural aggression that, properly channeled, could make him a strong duelist. His wand work needed refinement, though. Too many of his spells came out unfocused, scattering energy instead of directing it. Hermione was the opposite. Her technique was nearly flawless, every movement textbook perfect. But she overthought things, hesitating at critical moments while she calculated the optimal response. In a real fight, that hesitation would get her killed. Harry himself struggled with what he'd known he would struggle with, calibration. When he threw a disarming spell, it either fizzled or sent his target flying across the room. There was no middle ground. The power the Founders had given him didn't know the meaning of restraint. You need a focus, Hermione said during a water break. Something to channel through. That's what wands are for, they moderate magical output. My wand can't handle what I'm putting through it. I can feel it straining. Then you need a new wand. Or something else entirely. The sword, Ron suggested. When you can hold it properly, maybe it'll work like a focus. Harry considered this. Godric had mentioned something similar, that the sword wasn't just a weapon but a conduit, designed to handle whatever the wielder could produce. If he could master it. One more reason to figure out the summoning, he said. But until then, I need to learn control the hard way. They kept training. By the time they finished, all three were exhausted. Ron could barely lift his wand arm. Hermione's hair had escaped its tie completely, frizzing in every direction. Harry felt like he'd run a marathon through a thunderstorm. But they were also smiling. Same time tomorrow? Ron asked as they slipped back into the corridors. Same time every day, Harry confirmed. We've got months before end of year. By then, I want all three of us ready for whatever Quirrell throws at us. You really think he'll try before the year ends? I think he's running out of patience. The thing inside him won't wait forever. And there's something else, a deadline we don't know about yet. I can feel it coming. They walked in silence after that, each lost in their own thoughts. The castle was quiet at this hour, portraits sleeping in their frames, torches burning low. Harry led them through shortcuts the castle had shown him, routes that cut their journey in half. At the portrait of the fat lady, they paused. Harry, Hermione said quietly. Earlier, you asked what your courage looked like. I've been thinking about it. And I think it looks like this. Not fighting alone, not trying to be some invincible hero. Letting people help. Trusting your friends. That takes courage too. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he just nodded, feeling something warm settle in his chest. Caput Draconis, Ron said to the portrait, and they went inside together. The next morning brought Dumbledore. Harry was returning from his dawn run, 5 miles around the lake, Godric's voice in his head pushing him harder, when he found the headmaster waiting at the castle's main entrance. Dumbledore looked tired. The usual twinkle in his eyes was dimmed, and his robes hung on him like he'd lost weight. The past month had been hard on him, Harry realized. Having a student he couldn't control or predict was wearing at the old man. Headmaster. Harry. A word, if you have time. It wasn't really a question. Harry nodded, falling into step beside Dumbledore as they walked into the castle. The halls were still empty, dawn was barely breaking, but Harry felt the castle's attention sharpen. You've been busy, Dumbledore said conversationally. Training, if my sources are correct. The room of requirement is a useful space. So he knew. Harry wasn't surprised. Your sources. The portraits talk to me. Most of them, anyway. Lately, some have grown reluctant. Maybe they have other loyalties now. Perhaps. Dumbledore's voice was neutral, but Harry caught an undercurrent of frustration. Harry, I've been headmaster of this school for nearly 40 years. I've guided generations of students, shaped the wizarding world's future. I don't say this to boast, I say it because I want you to understand. I know this castle. I know its secrets, its dangers, its needs. And I know when something is wrong. What's wrong? You are. Dumbledore stopped walking, turning to face Harry directly. Not morally, not ethically. But something about your presence here has upset a balance that has held for centuries. The castle's magic is turbulent. Wards that have been stable for generations are fluctuating. There are rooms I can no longer access, passages that have sealed themselves. The castle is protecting itself. From what? Harry considered his answer carefully. Dumbledore was many things, manipulative, secretive, convinced of his own rightness, but he wasn't stupid. And he wasn't evil. Whatever his methods, he genuinely cared about the wizarding world. About Hogwarts. Maybe even about Harry. There's something beneath the school, Harry said finally. Something the founders bound here 1,000 years ago. When the castle crowned me, some of that power leaked. The bindings weakened slightly. The thing is waking up. Dumbledore's face went very still. The founders told you this? Yes. What is it? This thing. They call it the Shadow King. He was here before them, a wizard who tried to become immortal by binding himself to the land. He failed, sort of. His body died, but his consciousness survived. The founders imprisoned him, but they couldn't destroy him. And your crown is meant to reinforce that prison. Yes. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Harry could almost see him recalculating, adjusting decades of plans to account for this new variable. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Would you have believed me? I would have investigated. Which is what I was afraid of. Harry met the old man's eyes steadily. You investigate with good intentions, but you also interfere. You move people around like chess pieces, positioning them for your greater good. I couldn't risk you deciding that the best way to handle the Shadow King was to remove me from the equation. You think I would harm you? I think you would sacrifice me if you believed it was necessary. You've already admitted you spent 10 years planning my life without asking what I wanted. If taking away my crown would stop the Shadow King, would you hesitate? Dumbledore didn't answer. That's what I thought. They stood in silence, the castle quiet around them. Harry could feel its attention, not hostile, but watchful. Ready to act if needed. We are not enemies, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. I know. But we're not allies yet either. Trust has to be earned, headmaster. From both sides. Then let me earn it. Tell me how I can help. Harry studied the old man's face, searching for the calculation beneath the sincerity. It was there, it was always there, but so was something genuine. A desire to do right, even if his definition of right was sometimes questionable. Quirrell, Harry said. You know something's wrong with him. I suspect. I have no proof. I can feel it. There's something attached to him, hiding behind that turban. Something dark. Something that wants the stone. Voldemort. You know. I suspected. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The stone was brought here as bait, partially. I hoped that if Voldemort was still active, still seeking power, he would reveal himself in pursuit of it. You used the school as a trap. I used the school as a controlled environment. The protections around the stone are formidable. Even if Voldemort reached it, he would likely fail. And if he didn't? Then I would stop him. Harry shook his head slowly. That's not good enough. You're gambling with children's lives. I'm doing what I believe is necessary to end a threat that has haunted this world for decades. Voldemort will return, Harry. With or without the stone. Better it happen here, where I can contain it, than somewhere beyond my reach. And what about me? Am I part of your containment plan? Dumbledore's eyes were old and sad. You were. You were supposed to face him eventually, the prophecy demands it. I hope to prepare you, to guide you to that moment when you were ready. Instead, the castle intervened. Now. He spread his hands. Now I don't know what you are, Harry. And that frightens me more than Voldemort ever did. It was, Harry realized, the most honest thing Dumbledore had ever said to him. Work with me, Harry said. Not as my handler or my guide. As an ally. Keep Quirrell contained. Buy me time to grow stronger. When Voldemort makes his move, we face him together. You would trust me that far. I'd trust you to want him gone. Our reasons might be different, but the goal is the same. Dumbledore considered this for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. Alliance, then. Not of master and student, but of equals working toward a common purpose. Harry shook it. The castle hummed approval. One more thing, Harry said. The room of requirement. I need it kept secret. My friends and I are training there. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Yes. They're helping me prepare. They're children. So am I. So was Voldemort, once. Age doesn't determine worth, Headmaster. Only choices. Dumbledore's lips quirked in something almost like a smile. You sound like your mother. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. She was the brightest witch of her age, Lily Evans. And the bravest. I see both in you. Harry nodded and turned to go. He had classes to attend, training to continue, 100 small details demanding his attention. But as he walked away, he felt something shift between them. Not trust, not yet. But the beginning of something that might become trust. It was a start. Potions class was an exercise in endurance. Professor Snape seemed determined to make Harry's life miserable, targeting him with questions he couldn't possibly answer, criticizing his work with cruel precision, finding fault with everything from his posture to his breathing. Harry bore it silently. The founders had explained Snape's history, his love for Lily Evans, his hatred of James Potter, his complicated loyalty that somehow served both Dumbledore and darker masters. Knowing the reasons didn't make the treatment easier, but it gave Harry patience. Snape was a wounded man lashing out at shadows. Fighting back would only make things worse. Potter, your potion is the wrong shade of purple. Harry looked at his cauldron. The potion was a perfect match for the illustration in the textbook, not that Snape would admit it. Apologies, Professor. What shade should it be? If you'd been paying attention, I was paying attention. The instructions say deep violet, which this is. If you want a different result, perhaps the instructions need updating. Silence fell over the dungeon. Snape's eyes narrowed, 2 pools of black ice. 10 points from Gryffindor for impertinence. As you say, Professor. Snape's lip curled. He wanted a reaction, wanted Harry to rage, to argue, to give him an excuse for more punishment. Harry gave him nothing. The lesson continued. Harry kept his head down, followed the instructions precisely, produced a potion that was technically flawless. Snape couldn't find fault with the results, so he found fault with everything else, Harry's handwriting, his knife technique, the way he stirred. Ron was red-faced with fury by the end. Hermione looked like she wanted to cry. Harry just felt tired. He's a git, Ron spat as they left the dungeons. A greasy, miserable git who takes out his issues on students because he can't handle his own problems. He's a wounded man, Harry said quietly. It doesn't excuse his behavior, but it explains it. How can you be so calm about this? Because anger is what he wants. If I get angry, he wins. If I stay calm, I keep control. Harry shrugged. Salazar calls it emotional discipline. Godric calls it boring. I call it survival. The founders give life advice now. The founders give advice on everything. Most of it's actually useful. They emerged into the entrance hall, where afternoon light streamed through high windows. Students bustled past, laughing and chatting, living normal lives that Harry sometimes envied. A voice cut through the crowd. Potter. Draco Malfoy approached, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. But his expression was different from his usual sneer, there was something almost uncertain in it. Malfoy. My father wants to meet you. Harry raised an eyebrow. Does he? There's a delegation coming to Hogwarts next week. Ministry officials, school governors. He'll be among them. Draco's jaw tightened. He wants to assess the situation. The king's situation. And he sent you to arrange the meeting? He didn't send me. I came because. Draco stopped, frustration flickering across his features. This isn't about politics. Not entirely. Something's changing, and I don't understand it, and I hate not understanding. You're at the center of it. If I want answers, I have to go to the source. It was more honesty than Harry had expected from the Malfoy heir. More vulnerability too. I'll meet with your father, Harry said. But on my terms. In my space. If he wants to assess me, I want to assess him. He won't like that. He doesn't have to like it. He just has to accept it. Draco studied Harry for a long moment. Whatever he was looking for, he seemed to find it. I'll tell him. And Potter, he hesitated. Be careful. My father plays a longer game than you realize. Whatever you think you know about him, you don't know enough. Is that a warning? It's advice. Take it or leave it. Draco walked away, his goons trailing behind. Harry watched him go, turning the interaction over in his mind. That was weird, Ron said. That was useful, Harry corrected. Draco's scared. Not of me specifically, but of changes he doesn't understand. Scared people make mistakes. Or they become allies. You think Malfoy could be an ally? I think everyone's capable of surprise. Even Malfoy's. Hermione looked thoughtful. The delegation next week. That's the school governor's inspection. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. They come annually to review the school's performance. And this year, they're coming to review me. You don't seem worried. I've been preparing for this since the crowning. The founders have been coaching me on pure-blood politics, traditional protocols, how to navigate the old family's power games. If Lucius Malfoy wants an assessment, I'll give him one. And if he tries something? Harry smiled slightly. Then I'll give him something else entirely. The delegation arrived on a grey Thursday morning. 12 wizards and witches, dressed in formal robes, entered the great hall like they owned it. Harry watched from the Gryffindor table, analyzing each face. Lucius Malfoy was easy to spot, the same platinum hair as his son, the same aristocratic features, but harder. Colder. He moved like a man accustomed to power, to being obeyed. His eyes swept the hall and found Harry immediately. Interest. Calculation. A predator sizing up potential prey. Harry met his gaze steadily. After a moment, Malfoy looked away first. Beside Lucius stood a woman with a severe face and graying hair. Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother. Harry recognized her from the pictures Neville had shown him. Unlike Malfoy, her expression wasn't hostile. Just watchful. Others Harry didn't recognize, but he noted them all: the nervous man wringing his hands, likely from the ministry, the sharp-eyed woman who watched everything, probably a journalist, the elderly wizard who seemed to be sleeping standing up. Dumbledore rose to greet them, all warmth and welcome. Distinguished governors, ministry representatives, honored guests. Welcome to Hogwarts. The formalities proceeded. Harry tuned out most of it, focused instead on reading the room. The delegation was divided, he could feel it. Some were genuinely curious about the school's functioning. Others were here for different reasons. Malfoy's reasons were obvious. The ministry representative kept glancing at Harry like he was a bomb that might explode. The journalist was already scribbling notes. When breakfast ended, Dumbledore approached the Gryffindor table. "Harry, Mr. Malfoy has requested a private meeting." "I know. I've arranged a location." "Have you?" "The room of requirement." "I'll see him at noon." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You're very confident." "I'm very prepared." "There's a difference." The room of requirement had transformed. Instead of the training space, it now resembled a formal sitting room, elegant but not ostentatious, with two comfortable chairs facing each other across a small table. The walls were lined with books and portraits, none of which Harry recognized but all of which looked impressively ancient. The room had understood his need, a space that conveyed authority without aggression, power without arrogance. Lucius Malfoy entered at precisely noon. His eyes swept the room, cataloging details, searching for advantages. He found the single window, which offered no view of anything useful. He found the lack of hidden alcoves, the absence of obvious traps. He found Harry, seated calmly, waiting. "Mr. Potter." "Lord Malfoy." "Please, sit." Lucius took the offered chair, crossing his legs with practiced elegance. Up close, he was even more impressive, the kind of man who'd spent decades cultivating an image of aristocratic superiority. "This room is unusual," he observed. "I don't recall it from my own time at Hogwarts." "It wasn't here then." "Or rather, it was, but it didn't want to be found. The castle has a will of its own." "How convenient for you." "Convenient. Burdensome." The words mean different things depending on perspective. They studied each other. Harry felt Helga's gift humming, reading the emotions beneath Malfoy's polished surface. Interest, yes. Curiosity. But also contempt, carefully hidden. And beneath that, fear. Lucius Malfoy was afraid of him. "You wanted this meeting," Harry said. "What did you hope to accomplish?" "Direct." "I appreciate that." Malfoy steepled his fingers. "The wizarding world is built on tradition, Mr. Potter. On hierarchies established over centuries, on bloodlines that have shaped magical Britain since before the founders built this school. When something disrupts those traditions, when a half-blood child claims a title that doesn't exist in any law book, it causes concern." "Whose concern?" "Everyone's. The ministry. The old families. Even Dumbledore, though he'd never admit it." Malfoy's smile was thin. "You've inserted yourself into a delicate balance. Powerful people are asking questions. I'm here to find answers." "Ask your questions, then." "Very well. What do you want?" Harry considered his response. The founders had coached him on this, on the art of revealing just enough truth to seem honest while concealing his deeper intentions. "I want Hogwarts to be safe," he said. "I want its students to learn and grow without being pawns in political games. I want the castle's magic to be preserved, not exploited." Noble goals. Vague, but noble. Would you prefer specific threats? I'd prefer honesty. Then here's honesty. Harry leaned forward. There are forces moving against this school. Some are ancient, older than the founders, bound in the very stones. Some are more recent, a Dark Lord who should be dead but isn't, hiding in plain sight, waiting for his moment. The ministry is too corrupt to help. The old families are too focused on their own power to see the danger. Someone has to stand against these threats, and the castle chose me. Malfoy's mask flickered. You speak of the Dark Lord as if he's still active. He is. You know he is. You bear his mark. Silence stretched between them. Malfoy's hand twitched toward his left forearm before he controlled the impulse. Careful, Mr. Potter. Accusations have consequences. So do lies. We both know what you were, Lord Malfoy. The question is what you'll be now. And what choices do I have? More than you think. Harry sat back. The old world is ending, whether you want it to or not. Voldemort will return, and when he does, he'll demand absolute loyalty from those who served him before. You can kneel again, become his servant again, watch everything you've built get consumed by his madness. Or you can choose differently. The castle doesn't care about blood status or old grudges. It cares about protecting the students within its walls. If you share that goal, truly share it, there might be a place for you in what comes next. Malfoy's expression was unreadable. You're offering me an alliance. I'm offering you a choice. Something Voldemort never did. More silence. Harry felt the man's emotions churning, fear, anger, calculation, and something unexpected. Something almost like hope. My son, Malfoy said finally. You've noticed him. I have. He's not what I was. At his age, I was already committed to the Dark Lord's cause. Draco is still uncertain. Still capable of becoming something better than his father. You want me to save him from your mistakes. I want him to have the choice I never had. Malfoy's voice was rough. Whatever happens between us, whatever side of history I end up on, promise me that you'll give Draco the chance to choose for himself. It was the most human thing Harry had heard from the man. The most vulnerable. I promise, Harry said. But Lucius, you could make that choice too. It's not too late. Malfoy rose, smoothing his robes. His mask was back in place, but something in his eyes had shifted. You're remarkable, Mr. Potter. Dangerous, certainly. Presumptuous, without question. But remarkable. He extended his hand. I make no promises. But I will, consider what you've said. Harry shook the offered hand. That's all I ask. Malfoy left. The door closed behind him, and Harry let out a long breath. Well? The castle seemed to ask. I don't know, Harry admitted. He might betray us. He might become an ally. Right now, he's thinking about things he hasn't thought about in years. That's something. The room hummed. Approval? Agreement? Harry couldn't tell. He had other meetings to prepare for. The day was far from over. Augusta Longbottom was nothing like her grandson. Where Neville was soft-spoken and uncertain, Augusta was iron and fire. She sat across from Harry like a queen holding court, her vulture-topped hat somehow looking regal rather than ridiculous. Let's dispense with the politics, she said without preamble. I don't care about blood purity or ministry approval or what the Malfoys think. I care about my grandson, and I care about what's best for magical Britain. Those might not be the same thing. Perhaps. But I've found that what's best for Neville is often what's best for everyone. He has a way of stumbling into the right side of history. Her eyes were sharp. He speaks highly of you. Neville's been a good friend. He's been a target. The Longbottoms are an old family, respected. There are those who'd use him to get to me, or to his parents' legacy. Her voice hardened. Frank and Alice were Aurors. The best of their generation. Until the Lestranges. Harry knew the story. Neville's parents, tortured to insanity by Voldemort's followers. Still alive, but unable to recognize their own son. I know, he said quietly. Then you know why I'm protective. Why I push him hard, perhaps too hard. I see his parents in him, their courage, their loyalty. But I also see their vulnerability. The world is not kind to the vulnerable. No. It isn't. Augusta studied him. You've known cruelty yourself. I can see it in you. The way you hold yourself, the way you watch for threats. That comes from experience, not instinct. My guardians weren't kind. The Dursleys. Yes, I've heard whispers. Her expression darkened. Dumbledore's choice. One of many I've questioned over the years. You don't trust him. I trust him to do what he believes is right. The problem is that what Dumbledore believes is right isn't always what's actually right. He plays too many games, keeps too many secrets. Good intentions don't excuse bad methods. Harry found himself nodding. That's been my experience too. Then we understand each other. Augusta leaned forward. Here's what I propose. Neville needs purpose. He needs confidence. He needs someone who sees his potential and helps him reach it. You've already begun that work, I've seen the change in his letters. He stands straighter now. Speaks up more. That's your influence. He has his own strength. I just helped him find it. Modest. Good. Pride destroys more leaders than incompetence. She smiled, a fierce expression that transformed her face. I'll support you politically. Not blindly, you'll have to earn continued support through action. But for now, you have the backing of House Longbottom. In return, I ask that you continue to stand by my grandson. Help him become the man he's capable of being. I would have done that anyway. I know. That's why I'm offering alliance. She rose. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. You're something new. Something the wizarding world hasn't seen in a long time. I think that's exactly what we need. She left. Harry sat alone in the transformed room, processing two very different conversations with two very different nobles. Malfoy, afraid and calculating, might become an ally or an enemy depending on which way the wind blew. Augusta Longbottom, fierce and direct, had offered unconditional support. The political board was taking shape. Pieces were moving. And Harry was learning to move them back. The ministry representative was named Cornelius Fudge. Harry knew of him, the man had been junior minister for years, positioning himself for higher office. He was nervous, ambitious, and spectacularly out of his depth when it came to actual governance. Mr. Potter. Fudge's handshake was damp and too enthusiastic. What a pleasure, what an honor. The ministry has been eager to discuss your situation. What situation would that be? Well, the whole king business. Fudge laughed awkwardly. Very exciting, very unprecedented. But it does raise questions of jurisdiction, shall we say. Hogwarts falls under ministry oversight. If there's a new authority figure, I'm not a new authority figure. The headmaster still runs the school. I'm just additional security. Yes, yes, of course. But the public doesn't quite see it that way, do they? The Daily Prophet has been running stories. People are confused. Some are concerned. The ministry needs to provide clarity. What kind of clarity? Official recognition. A formal acknowledgement of your role, whatever it is. Perhaps a title, Junior Liaison to the Department of Magical Education. It would give your position legitimacy while keeping it properly supervised. Harry understood instantly. Fudge wanted to bureaucratize him. To wrap him in enough red tape that any actual power he had would be meaningless. I appreciate the offer, Harry said carefully. But I don't think official recognition is necessary. What the castle has given me isn't a ministry matter. It's a Hogwarts matter. But the precedent, there is no precedent. That's rather the point. Fudge's smile became strained. Mr. Potter, I must insist. The ministry has authority over all magical institutions in Britain. If you're claiming some kind of separate sovereignty. I'm not claiming anything. Harry let a hint of steel enter his voice. The castle claimed me. I'm simply doing what it asked. If the ministry has concerns about Hogwarts security, they should take those concerns to the headmaster. I'm just a student. A student who defeated a ministry-approved curse breaker in single combat. A student who commands the castle's magic. A student who just met privately with Lucius Malfoy and Augusta Longbottom. You've been watching me. We've been paying attention. There's a difference. For a moment, Harry saw beyond Fudge's bluster to something harder. The man was a politician, yes, but not entirely a fool. He recognized threats when he saw them. Minister Fudge, Harry said quietly. In a few years, you may be the Minister for Magic. If that happens, you'll need allies. People who can help you deal with problems too complex for bureaucracy. Dark Lords. Ancient evils. Things the ministry's rules weren't designed to handle. Are you threatening me? I'm offering perspective. The castle crowned me because it sensed danger coming. When that danger arrives, and it will, you'll want someone like me on your side. Try to control me now, and you'll lose that option. Fudge's face was a mask of conflicting emotions. Fear, ambition, resentment, and, buried deep, pragmatic calculation. You speak of danger. What kind of danger? The kind that destroyed the ministry twice in the last century. The kind that turned your predecessors into puppets and your Aurors into victims. Harry held Fudge's gaze. Voldemort is coming back, Minister. Everyone with eyes can see it. When he does, you can either fight alongside those who've been preparing, or you can be remembered as the man who tried to control his way into obsolescence. The silence stretched. I'll consider your perspective, Fudge said finally. No official action for now. But understand, Mr. Potter, the ministry will be watching. If you step out of line, if you threaten public order, then you'll do what you have to do. I understand. Harry rose, offering his hand. Thank you for meeting with me, Minister. I hope, when the time comes, we'll be on the same side. Fudge shook the offered hand, looking like a man who'd just survived an encounter he didn't fully understand. Good. That was exactly what Harry had wanted. By evening, Harry was exhausted. The delegation had departed, each member carrying away their own impressions, their own calculations, their own plans. Harry had met with 7 of them in total, the important ones, and each conversation had been its own kind of battle. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, waiting with the anxious expressions of people who'd spent the day imagining disasters. How bad? Ron asked. Harry collapsed into a chair. Could have been worse. Malfoy's thinking about things. Longbottom's on our side. Fudge is scared but not hostile. The others. He shrugged. Time will tell. You met with all of them. In one day. The founders said politics is like dueling. Sometimes you have to face multiple opponents at once. And did you win? I survived. In politics, that's usually the same thing. Hermione was studying him with a concerned expression. You're pushing yourself too hard. Between training, classes, and now this. I don't have a choice. The threats aren't going to wait for me to feel ready. The threats will still be there tomorrow. So will you, if you don't run yourself into the ground. Harry wanted to argue. The Shadow King's whispers were growing louder. Quirrell's restlessness was building toward something. Every day felt like borrowed time. But Hermione was right. He couldn't protect Hogwarts if he collapsed from exhaustion. Fine, he said. No training tonight. Just, rest. And food, Ron added. You skipped lunch. Politics. Not an excuse. Come on, the kitchens are still open. They went together, the three of them, slipping through quiet corridors toward the basement. The castle hummed around them, content with the day's work. Harry let himself relax, just slightly. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New battles. New steps in the long game he was learning to play. But tonight, he could just be 11 years old, walking with his friends, pretending the weight of a 1,000-year crown didn't press on his brow. The whispers came again that night. Harry stood in darkness, crown of light on his head, facing the shadow that wore a crown of iron. The dream was the same as before, but something had changed. The shadow was clearer now, more defined. Its faceless head seemed almost to have features, suggestions of eyes, hints of a mouth. You grow stronger, the Shadow King observed. But so do I. We're connected, Harry said. The crown that binds you empowers me. The stronger I get, the more energy leaks into your prison. Clever child. You understand more than the founders ever did. The shadow moved closer, circling. They thought they could cage me forever. They didn't realize that eternity is a long time, and prisons always weaken. What do you want? What I have always wanted. What every king wants. To rule. To shape the world according to my vision. The shadow's voice was ancient, patient. The land was mine before it was theirs. Before Hogwarts, before the founders' petty school, I unified magical Britain. I brought order from chaos. Through fear. Through strength. Fear is merely respect made honest. The shadow paused. You could understand, if you tried. You've tasted power. You've felt what it means to have the castle at your command. Is it so different from what I sought? I didn't seek anything. The power was given to me. And what will you do with it? Protect the students, you say. Defend the school. But against what? Petty dark lords. Political schemes. These are temporary threats. I offer you something greater. True power. True knowledge. The secrets the founders kept even from themselves. Harry felt the temptation. The Shadow King wasn't just offering power, he was offering understanding. Answers to questions Harry didn't even know how to ask. What's the catch? Only one crown can exist. One king must fall for another to rise. The Shadow's voice was soft, almost kind. You're young. You've barely begun to explore your potential. But you're wearing a crown that was meant for me, channeling power that rightfully belongs to me. Eventually, we will have to settle that account. And you're telling me this because I prefer willing subjects to conquered enemies. Because you interest me, Harry Potter. The founders were brilliant, but predictable. You are something new. The shadow drew back. Think about what I've said. The day is coming when you'll have to choose, my way or their way. I wanted you to make that choice with open eyes. The dream dissolved. Harry woke to grey dawn light filtering through his curtains, the Shadow King's words echoing in his mind. One crown must fall for another to rise. He lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, wondering which crown would fall. And which he would be wearing when it did. December came with snow and worry. Quirrell's restlessness had reached a peak. Harry felt him probing the third-floor corridor constantly now, testing wards, mapping defenses. The thing behind the turban was pushing hard, demanding action. Soon. It would happen soon. Harry had done everything he could to prepare. His friends were trained as well as a month of intensive practice could make them. His alliance with Dumbledore was holding, if not thriving. The political board was set, pieces in position. But the Shadow King's words haunted him. The connection he'd sensed between their powers, the leaking energy, the inevitable confrontation. Even if he stopped Voldemort, even if he grew strong enough to defend Hogwarts, there was still the ancient evil beneath his feet. One crown must fall. He stood in the Founder's study, facing 4 portraits that had become something like family. "I need to know," he said. "Everything about the Shadow King. Everything you didn't tell me before." The portraits exchanged looks. Something passed between them, old guilt, older fear. "His name was Marvello," Rowena said finally. "A wizard of extraordinary power, born before any of us. He had visions of unifying magical Britain under a single throne, creating an empire that would rival the Muggle kingdoms rising around us. He succeeded, for a time," Godric added. "United the scattered magical communities through a combination of power and charisma. Made himself their king. Built a civilization on this very hill. But he wanted more," Salazar continued. "Immortality. Permanence. He performed a ritual that should have been impossible, tried to bind his consciousness to the magical ley lines beneath Britain itself. Become one with the land, eternal as the earth. The ritual failed," Helga said softly. "His body died, but his soul remained trapped in the binding he'd created. Not quite alive, not quite dead. Unable to move on, unable to fully manifest. Just, waiting. We found him when we built Hogwarts," Rowena finished. "The ley lines converge here, that's why we chose this location. But we didn't realize what was waiting in the convergence. By the time we understood, it was too late to move. We had to find another solution." "The crown," Harry said. "You repurposed his crown. It was the only thing that could hold him. The crown was already connected to his consciousness, he designed it that way, to channel the land's power. We turned that connection against him, made it a prison instead of a throne. But the prison needs a warden." "Yes." Godric's voice was heavy. "The crown needs a bearer, someone to anchor the wards. For 1,000 years, the castle managed alone, barely. When you arrived, when the castle recognized you as worthy, it moved. And now he's waking. Because of me. Because of the connection," Salazar corrected. "The same power that makes you strong makes him stronger. It's a flaw in the design, one we didn't realize until too late. The binding works, but it's not perfect. Over time, a powerful enough king might actually free him." Harry felt cold. "Are you saying I'm going to set him loose?" "We're saying it's possible. The stronger you grow, the more power flows through the crown. Most of that power strengthens the wards, but some leaks through. Feeds him. Then what's the solution? Stop growing. Stay weak. That wouldn't work either," Rowena admitted. "If you're not strong enough, the wards weaken from neglect. It's a balance, you need to be strong enough to maintain the binding, but not so strong that you feed him faster than you contain him. And if I can't find that balance?" Silence. "There might be another way," Salazar said slowly. "The ritual Marvello used, we never fully understood it. But we kept his notes. His research. It's hidden in the depths of the castle, in a chamber only the king can access. Why didn't you mention this before?" "Because the research is dangerous. Marvello was trying to become a god, Harry. His notes are seductive. Many who've read them have lost themselves trying to achieve what he failed to achieve. But if I understood the ritual, you might find a way to sever the connection. Or reverse it. Or." Salazar hesitated. "Complete it. Complete it. Become what he was trying to become. Replace him as the consciousness bound to the land. It would destroy him, there can only be one anchor. But it would also destroy you. The Harry Potter that exists now would be gone, merged with something far older and stranger." Harry stared at the portraits. The options laid out before him were all terrible: stay balanced on a knife's edge forever, hoping not to slip. Or take a gamble that could cost him everything he was? I need time to think. Of course. Helga's voice was gentle. This isn't a decision you make quickly. And Harry, whatever you choose, we'll support you. You've already surpassed our expectations. Whatever comes next, you've earned the crown you wear. Harry nodded and left the study. His mind was racing, possibilities and dangers tangling together into knots he couldn't untie. One crown must fall. The question was whether it would be his, or something older. Christmas at Hogwarts was supposed to be peaceful. Harry had decided to stay at the school. The thought of returning to the Dursleys was unbearable, and besides, he had too much to do. Ron stayed too, his parents traveling to visit Charlie in Romania. Hermione went home, promising to research magical bindings during the break. The castle was quiet, most students gone. Harry found himself with time to think, to process everything that had happened since September. 4 months. It felt like years. On Christmas morning, he woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. The Weasleys had sent him a hand-knitted sweater, emerald green with a golden H. Hermione's gift was a book on meditation techniques, with a note about mental discipline being as important as magical training. Hagrid had made him rock cakes that were almost edible. But one package had no tag. Harry unwrapped it carefully, finding a cloak that seemed to flow like water. When he put it on, his body vanished. An invisibility cloak. A note fluttered to the ground. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature, but Harry knew who it was from. Only one person would have had James Potter's cloak, only one person would return it now with vague instructions to use it well. Dumbledore was giving him tools. Still manipulating, but at least being useful about it. Harry folded the cloak carefully, adding it to his mental list of resources. An invisibility cloak. The room of requirement. The castle's awareness. The founder's training. He was building an arsenal. He just hoped it would be enough. New Year's Eve brought revelations. Harry was wandering the castle under his new cloak, unable to sleep, when he felt Quirrell moving. The professor was heading toward the third-floor corridor, but differently this time. Not probing, not testing. Moving with purpose. Tonight. It was happening tonight. Harry followed, silent and invisible. Through corridors that twisted to accommodate him, past guardian suits of armor that turned blind eyes. The castle was helping, as always, clearing his path. Quirrell reached the forbidden door. Harry watched as he produced his wand, beginning to work on the protections. The three-headed dog inside growled, but Quirrell was ready. He'd brought music, some enchanted instrument that filled the air with soothing melody. Harry could stop this now. Raise the alarm, alert Dumbledore, let the adults handle it. But he didn't. He needed to see. Needed to understand what Voldemort would do, how far he'd go. Information that could only come from observation. He followed Quirrell through the trapdoor. The obstacles were impressive: Devil's Snare, enchanted keys, a giant chess set, a logic puzzle with potions. Quirrell navigated them methodically, driven by the will behind his eyes. The thing in the turban was focused now, all pretense of patience gone. At the final chamber, Quirrell stopped. The Mirror of Erist stood alone, ancient and inscrutable. Harry had heard of it, a mirror that showed your heart's deepest desire. Dumbledore's final protection. Master, I don't understand, Quirrell said, his voice shaking. I see myself presenting you with the stone, but I don't know how to get it, used the boy. The voice came from Quirrell's turban, high and cold. Harry felt his scarf flare with pain, felt the presence he'd sensed all along finally reveal itself. He is here, watching. The castle showed him. Even now, he hides in shadows, thinking himself clever. Quirrell spun. Show yourself. Harry removed the cloak. Potter. Quirrell's face twisted. Of course. The king comes to protect his castle. The king comes to end this. Harry's wand was in his hand, though he knew it wouldn't be enough. Surrender, Professor. Whatever he's promised you, promised. Quirrell laughed. He promised nothing. He demanded everything. That's what gods do. He's not a god. He's a ghost clinging to a dying man's body. A ghost who will be reborn. Quirrell's voice rose. With the stone, he'll live again. More powerful than ever. And those who served him will be rewarded beyond measure. And those who opposed him will be made examples of. Starting with you. Quirrell raised his wand. Harry dove aside as a curse scorched the air where he'd stood. The chamber exploded into violence, spell against spell, the professor's experience against Harry's instincts. It wasn't enough. Harry was outmatched. A month of training couldn't overcome a decade of dark magic. Quirrell's spells came faster, harder, driving Harry back toward the mirror. Master, please, Quirrell gasped. Let me seize him. Bring him to me. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, and light. Burning, blinding light that erupted from where Quirrell's skin touched Harry's. The professor screamed, stumbling back, staring at hands that were blistering and smoking. What magic is this? Your mother's protection, the cold voice said. Harry heard fear in it now. Actual fear. She gave her life for you. The sacrifice still lingers. He cannot touch you without harm. Harry understood instantly. His mother's love, made manifest. A shield that no dark magic could penetrate. He pressed forward. Quirrell retreated, but Harry was faster now, driven by something deeper than training. His hands found Quirrell's face, and light blazed again. The professor's screams filled the chamber as his flesh crumbled away, as the dark presence within tried desperately to flee. When it was over, Quirrell was dust, and something formless and shrieking fled through the walls, leaving silence behind. Harry collapsed. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was his own reflection in the mirror, not presenting a stone, not victorious. Just a tired 11-year-old boy who'd done the impossible because he had no other choice. He woke in the hospital wing. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Quirrell is dead, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Yes. And Voldemort? Fled. Weakened further, but not destroyed. He'll find another servant eventually. Another body to possess. The stone. Safe. The mirror wouldn't give it to Quirrell, but it did give it to someone. I found it in your pocket when I reached the chamber. Harry stared. I don't remember, you wouldn't. The mirror responds to desire, Harry. And you desired the stone not for yourself, but to keep it safe. The mirror recognized that. It gave you what you wanted because your wanting was pure. Harry reached into his pocket. The stone was there, small, red, unremarkable. The philosopher's stone. Immortality in the palm of his hand. What do I do with it? That's your choice. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Nicholas Flamel and I have discussed it. He's over 600 years old, Harry. He's tired. He's agreed that the stone should be destroyed. Destroyed? It's too dangerous to exist. As long as it remains, people will seek it. Kill for it. What happened tonight will happen again. Harry looked at the stone. Power beyond measure. Life eternal. All the things Voldemort wanted, right here in his hand. Destroy it, he said. Dumbledore took the stone gently. You're certain? Power like this, it shouldn't exist. Not in a world where people like Voldemort are hunting for it. Harry met the old man's eyes. Besides, I have enough power to worry about already. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. Respect, maybe. Or surprise at finding wisdom where he expected only youth. You've changed since September, Harry. When you first arrived, you were uncertain. Afraid. Now I'm still afraid. I'm just better at handling it. The mark of true courage. Dumbledore rose. Rest. Recover. The year isn't over yet, and you've earned some peace. He left. Harry lay in his hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about stones and shadows and the long road ahead. One battle was over. The war was just beginning. Ron and Hermione came that afternoon. Hermione had returned early from break, alerted by Dumbledore's message. Ron had been pacing outside the hospital wing for hours, only allowed in when Madame Pomfrey finally relented. "You complete idiot," Hermione said, throwing herself into a chair. "You went after a Dark Lord alone." "Alone? What were you thinking?" "I was thinking I needed to see what he would do. How he would move. I couldn't get that information any other way. You could have died. I could have. But I didn't. And now we know. Things we didn't know before." "Like what?" Ron demanded. "Like the fact that my mother's protection still works. Voldemort can't touch me, or anyone he possesses, without being harmed. That's valuable intelligence. Intelligence you almost paid for with your life." Harry let them rage. They'd earned it. He'd taken a risk without consulting them, and he'd almost lost everything. "You're right," he said when they'd wound down. "I should have told you. Should have brought you with me, or at least let you know where I was going." "I'm sorry." Hermione blinked. "You're sorry." "I'm trying to learn from my mistakes. That's what the founders keep telling me, a king who can't admit error isn't a king, he's a tyrant." Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. Something passed between them, some silent communication Harry couldn't quite read. "We forgive you," Hermione said finally. "This time. But if you ever do anything like this again without telling us, you'll hex me." "I understand." "Good." She sat back, arms crossed. "Now. Tell us everything." So he did. The obstacles, the mirror, the confrontation with Quirrell. The burning light of his mother's love. The shadow that fled when its host was destroyed. "Voldemort's still out there," Ron said when he finished. "Still hunting for ways to come back." "Yes." "And the Shadow King under the castle is still waking up." "Yes." "And we're 3 first years against all of that." "Yes." Harry managed a tired smile. "But we're 3 first years who just beat a Dark Lord. That's got to count for something." Ron laughed despite himself. "You're mental. You know that?" "So I've been told." The end-of-year feast was a celebration Harry didn't feel part of. Gryffindor had won the House Cup, thanks in part to the points Dumbledore awarded for the corridor confrontation. Students cheered and laughed, reveling in victory. Harry sat among them, crown invisible on his brow, feeling older than everyone around him. He caught Neville's eye across the table. The boy had grown over the year, still shy, still uncertain, but with a core of steel that hadn't been there in September. Harry's friendship had helped, but Neville had done the real work himself. Susan Bones sat at the Hufflepuff table, meeting Harry's gaze with a small nod. Her aunt had been impressed by his handling of the delegation. Political support was solidifying. Even Draco Malfoy, at the Slytherin table, offered something that might have been acknowledgement. Not friendship, not yet. But the seeds had been planted. Theodore Nott caught Harry's attention with a subtle gesture. They'd need to talk soon. Theo had information about the Slytherin students, about who might be sympathetic to Harry's cause. The web was growing. Connections forming. A network of allies and possibilities. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione beside him, laughing at some joke, unaware of the weight he carried. They knew about the darkness, but they didn't live in it the way he did. They could still be happy without calculating every implication. He envied them. He also loved them for it. "You okay?" Hermione asked, noticing his expression. "I'm thinking about next year. About everything that's still coming. We'll handle it. Together." "Together," Harry agreed. The feast continued around them. Dumbledore made a speech about courage and friendship and the bonds that would carry them forward. Harry listened with half an ear, his other senses focused on the castle. It was content. Its king was safe. Its students were protected. For now, that was enough. But in the depths below, something stirred. In the darkness beyond the castle walls, something plotted. And in the future Harry couldn't quite see, something waited. The crown was heavy. But he'd chosen to wear it. He'd just have to grow strong enough to carry it. The train ride home was quiet. Ron had fallen asleep almost immediately, exhausted by the year's adventures. Hermione was reading, but her eyes kept drifting to the window, watching the countryside flow past. Harry sat in silence, feeling the castle's presence fade as they moved further from its walls. The connection would never break completely, he'd learned that much, but it grew thinner with distance. "What are you going to do this summer?" Hermione asked eventually. "Survive the Dursleys. Train when I can. The Founders gave me exercises I can do without being connected to the castle." "That sounds lonely." "It is what it is." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Then, you could write. To us. Regularly. So you're not completely alone." "I'd like that." "Good." She smiled. "And Harry? This year was, a lot. But I'm glad I was part of it. Even the terrifying parts. Even the troll. Especially the troll. That's when I knew you were real. Not just the boy who lived, but someone I could actually be friends with." Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. "Same time next year?" "Same time next year," she agreed. The train carried them toward London. Toward summer. Toward whatever came next. In Harry's mind, the Shadow King whispered and the Founders counseled and 1,000 possibilities competed for attention. But right now, right here, with his friends beside him and a year of survival behind him, Harry Potter let himself feel something he rarely allowed. Hope. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Trials of Fire. Summer at Privet Drive was a different kind of prison. The cupboard had been upgraded, Dumbledore's doing, Harry suspected, to Dudley's second bedroom. A small improvement that changed nothing fundamental. The Dursleys still looked at him like he was a disease they couldn't cure. Vernon still turned purple at the mention of anything magical. Petunia still flinched when Harry entered a room. But Harry was different now. He woke before dawn each day, slipping out through his window to run the silent streets of Little Whinging. Godric's voice echoed in his memory, pushing him harder, demanding more. 5 miles became 7. 7 became 10. His body, already hardened by years of manual labor, transformed into something lean and efficient. The physical training was easy compared to what came next. In the quiet hours before the Dursleys woke, Harry practiced what the Founders had taught him. Mental exercises first, clearing his thoughts, building walls, sharpening his focus. Salazar's lessons in occlumency were brutal even in memory, but Harry forced himself through them. A king needed a fortress mind. Then came the magic. Without the castle's power to draw on, Harry was limited. His wand worked, but using it risked detection by the Ministry's trace. So he practiced wandless magic instead, tiny manifestations, barely visible. A leaf lifted by will alone. A candle flame bent to his desire. Nothing impressive, but control was the goal. Control was everything. The sword still wouldn't come. He tried 100 times, reaching for that golden light, and each time it slipped away. Godric had said it would respond to need, not desire. Harry needed it desperately, but apparently not the right kind of desperate. He wrote letters to Ron, who responded with cheerful updates about Egypt, where the Weasleys had gone to visit Bill. To Hermione, who sent back pages of research on magical bindings and ancient wards. To Neville, who was slowly finding his confidence. To Susan, who passed along cryptic messages from her aunt. The wizarding world was buzzing with rumors about him. The Daily Prophet ran stories almost daily, speculation about the King of Hogwarts, debates about what it meant, opinion pieces calling him everything from savior to threat. Harry ignored most of it. The only letters that mattered were the ones he couldn't send. He tried writing to the founders, but magical portraits couldn't receive post. He tried contacting the castle itself, reaching out through their bond, but the distance was too great. He was alone with his thoughts, his training, and the endless whispers of the Shadow King. Those whispers came every night. You struggle, the ancient voice observed. You push yourself to exhaustion, and still you fail to grow fast enough. The summer passes, and with each day, I grow stronger. I'm aware. Are you? You spent a year learning parlor tricks from painted memories. Meanwhile, I've spent centuries understanding the true nature of power. When we finally meet, that gap will destroy you. You seem very confident for someone who's been imprisoned for 1,000 years. Confidence born of patience. You have months, perhaps years. I have eternity. Time is always on the prisoner's side. Harry would wake from these conversations drenched in sweat, the Shadow King's words burning in his mind. The entity wasn't just threatening, it was teaching. Every conversation revealed something about its nature, its history, its plans. Harry catalogued it all, building a profile of his enemy. Marvello. The first king. A visionary who'd become a monster. A genius who'd outsmarted death only to find that death wasn't the enemy, stagnation was. The Shadow King wasn't just evil. He was lonely. Desperate. Trapped in an existence that had long since lost meaning. That didn't make him less dangerous. If anything, it made him more so. A rational enemy could be negotiated with. A desperate one would burn the world just to feel something. 3 weeks into summer, the letters stopped. Harry noticed it first with Ron, the cheerful updates from Egypt abruptly ended. Then Hermione went silent. Then Neville, Susan, everyone. His birthday came and went without a single owl. Something was wrong. Harry tried sending letters of his own, but the owls he borrowed from the local post office returned without delivering them. Some barrier was blocking his communications, something he couldn't identify or break through. The Dursleys noticed his growing frustration and took dark pleasure in it. Your freak friends abandoned you, have they? Vernon gloated over dinner. Realize what you really are. Can't say I blame them. Harry said nothing. He was too busy analyzing the problem. The barrier wasn't magical, at least not in any way he could detect. It felt more like interference, like something was jamming the signal. That suggested technology, or magic designed to mimic technology. He needed more information. That night, Harry slipped out of the house and made his way to the local library. It was closed, of course, but the locks were laughably simple. A whisper of wandless magic, a click, and he was inside. The computers were old but functional. Harry had learned to use them during his brief windows of freedom as a child. Libraries had always been refuges, places where the Dursleys couldn't reach him. He searched for news. Magical news was impossible to find, of course, the statute of secrecy was thorough, but he could look for patterns. Strange occurrences. Unexplained phenomena. The fingerprints of magic on the mundane world. What he found made his blood run cold. Reports of mass owl deaths across Britain. A sudden spike in postal failures. A government investigation into unprecedented electromagnetic interference centered on certain areas. Someone was systematically disrupting magical communications. The question was who, and why. Harry copied down the relevant information and slipped back into the night. He needed to reach the wizarding world, but the normal routes were blocked. He'd have to find another way. The night bus. He remembered hearing about it, a magical vehicle that picked up stranded witches and wizards. Emergency transportation. All he had to do was stick out his wand hand and wait. But the trace would detect it. The ministry would know he'd used magic, and that could bring its own complications. Unless. Harry smiled grimly. The trace detected underage magic, not magical transportation. If the bus's magic did the work, he'd be in the clear. He walked to an empty street, raised his wand hand, and waited. The bus appeared out of nowhere, a triple-decker monstrosity painted violent purple. The doors opened, and a pimply conductor peered out. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your Diagon Alley," Harry interrupted, climbing aboard. "As fast as possible." Stan squinted at him. "That'll be 11 sickles. But for 13 you get, just fast." The bus lurched into motion, and Harry was thrown into a seat. Through the windows, the world became a blur of shifting landscapes and compressed distances. Something was very wrong in the wizarding world. And Harry was going to find out what. Diagon Alley was transformed. The last time Harry had been here, the street had been bustling with cheerful shoppers, windows bright with magical displays. Now it was subdued, crowds moving with nervous energy, shopkeepers watching the street with wary eyes. Guards stood at intervals, official-looking wizards in ministry robes, wands visible at their hips. Harry had never seen security like this in the magical shopping district. "What happened?" he asked a passing wizard. The man looked at him, then did a double-take. You're Harry Potter. What happened?" Harry repeated, more firmly. "The attack. Haven't you heard? 2 weeks ago, someone tried to break into Gringotts. The goblins fought them off, but barely. The ministry's been in an uproar ever since." "Who attacked?" "No one knows for certain. But there are rumors." The man leaned closer, dropping his voice. "They say it was Death Eaters. You know whose old followers. Some people think they're organizing again. Death Eaters. Voldemort's servants." Harry felt cold. The Dark Lord was still a wraith, still powerless. He'd confirmed that through his connection to the scar. But his followers were apparently more active than anyone had realized. "Thank you," he told the wizard, and moved on. Gringotts loomed at the end of the alley, its white marble facade now scarred with blast marks. Goblin guards stood at the entrance, armed with wicked-looking halberds, their small eyes tracking everyone who passed. Harry approached. "Halt." The lead guard's voice was like grinding stone. "State your business." "I'm Harry Potter. I need to access my vault." The goblin's eyes narrowed. "Harry Potter. The king." There was something in his voice, not quite respect, but not dismissal either. "You will follow me." The interior of Gringotts was different from what Harry remembered. More guards, more tension, more of that barely contained violence that goblins seemed to carry in their bones. The teller who processed him spoke in clipped sentences, revealing nothing. But when Harry was escorted to his vault, things changed. "You have visitors," the goblin said, stopping outside a private chamber. "They've been waiting." Harry's hand moved to his wand. "Visitors? Invited by Gringotts itself. We do not make such invitations lightly." The door opened. Inside, 3 figures waited. Amelia Bones was a severe-looking witch with a monocle and an air of absolute competence. She was head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, one of the most powerful figures in magical Britain. Beside her stood a wizard Harry didn't recognize, tall, scarred, with a magical eye that spun independently in its socket. His face looked like it had been carved from weathered oak, and every line suggested violence survived. The third figure made Harry's heart stutter. Sirius Black, he breathed. The man who'd allegedly betrayed his parents. The mass murderer who'd spent years in Azkaban. The monster who, according to every source Harry had ever found, was responsible for James and Lily Potter's deaths. He was thin, almost skeletal, with haunted eyes and a matted beard. But those eyes, they looked at Harry with something that wasn't madness. Something that looked almost like hope. Harry, Sirius said, and his voice cracked on the name. Merlin, you look just like James. Except the eyes, you have Lily's eyes. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it. Easy, lad. The scarred wizard's gravelly voice carried command. We're here to help, not harm. Name's Alastor Moody. Some call me Mad-Eye. Amelia and I have been working on something for a while now, and Sirius here is the key to it. He's a murderer. He's innocent. Amelia's voice was flat, certain. Peter Pettigrew was the traitor. He's the one who sold your parents to Voldemort. Sirius was framed. Harry stared at her. How do you know? Because we caught Pettigrew. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry, analyzing. 3 days ago. Hiding in the house of a wizarding family, disguised as their pet rat. He's been in hiding for over a decade, letting the world believe Sirius was guilty. We have his confession, Amelia added. Under Veritaserum. Every detail of how he betrayed the Potters, how he killed those muggles and faked his own death, how he let Sirius rot in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit. Harry's mind raced. If this was true, if Sirius was innocent, then everything he'd been told about his parents' deaths was wrong. Not the important parts, Voldemort had still killed them, they'd still died protecting him. But the aftermath. The betrayal. The story that had shaped his understanding of that night. Why are you telling me this? Why here? Because there are ears everywhere, Moody growled. The ministry's compromised. Has been for years, but it's getting worse. Someone's been feeding information to the remnants of you-know-whose organization. Someone highly placed. We needed a secure location to meet, Amelia continued. Gringotts offered. The goblins have their own reasons for wanting to see the old regime dismantled. Voldemort's followers killed a lot of their people during the war. And Sirius? I'm your godfather. Sirius's voice was steadier now, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. James and Lily named me before you were born. If they died, I was supposed to raise you. Instead, I spent 12 years in hell while you were stuck with Petunia. Godfather. Harry turned the word over in his mind. Someone who should have been family. Someone who should have been there. Dumbledore sent me to the Dursleys. Dumbledore makes decisions that he thinks are for the greater good. Amelia's tone was carefully neutral. Not everyone agrees with his conclusions. I've noticed. Harry lowered his wand, but didn't put it away. What do you want from me? Your trust, Sirius said. I know I haven't earned it. I know you've heard nothing but lies about me for years. But I'm not your enemy, Harry. I never was. And from a practical standpoint, Moody added, we want an alliance. You've positioned yourself as an independent power within Hogwarts. We represent another independent power, people who work for justice rather than political convenience. Together, we could accomplish things neither of us could manage alone. Harry considered. He had Helga's gift, the ability to sense emotions. He reached out carefully, reading what he could from each of them. Amelia Bones, determination, frustration, a deep-seated sense of duty. No deception. Alastor Moody, paranoia, aggression, but also an unwavering commitment to fighting darkness. No deception. Sirius Black, pain, hope, desperation, love. So much love it almost hurt to feel. No deception. I believe you, Harry said slowly. But belief isn't the same as trust. Trust takes time. We have time, Amelia said. Sirius's trial is scheduled for next month. Once he's officially exonerated, things will change. Until then, he needs to stay hidden. The attack on Gringotts, Harry said. That was Death Eaters? Probably. Looking for something, we think. The goblins won't say what. They were looking for the Philosopher's Stone. 3 pairs of eyes snapped to Harry. It was hidden here before Dumbledore moved it to Hogwarts. Someone must have realized the vault was empty and decided to search the bank directly. You know about the stone. I destroyed it. After Quirrell, after Voldemort, tried to steal it. Harry met their startled gazes. You should probably know, the Dark Lord possessed one of Hogwarts' professors last year. I stopped him, but he escaped. He's still out there, still looking for ways to return. Silence stretched. You destroyed the Philosopher's Stone, Moody said flatly. At 11 years old. Dumbledore helped. But yes. And you fought you know who. Directly. He was possessing Quirrell. I exploited a weakness he didn't know he had. Harry shrugged. I got lucky. Moody barked a laugh. Lucky, he says. Kid, you don't know the meaning of the word. His magical eye spun, fixing on something beyond the walls. We should wrap this up. Security's getting antsy. One more thing, Sirius said, stepping forward. He reached into his ragged robes and pulled out a small package. This was supposed to be your birthday present. From me. I made it before everything went wrong. Harry took the package. Inside was a mirror, small enough to fit in his pocket, with a simple silver frame. It's a 2-way mirror. I have the other one. You say my name into it, and we can talk face to face. Sirius's voice was rough. I know I've missed 12 years. I know I can't get that time back. But maybe we can start to build something new. Harry looked at the mirror. At Sirius. At the desperate hope in his godfather's eyes. Thank you, he said. I'll use it. Sirius's smile was like sunrise after a long night. The trip back to Privet Drive was a blur. Harry's mind churned with everything he'd learned. Sirius Black, innocent. Peter Pettigrew, alive. Death Eaters, organizing. A mole in the Ministry. The communication block suddenly made sense. Someone had been preventing Harry from receiving news, keeping him isolated while events unfolded. Someone who wanted him ignorant and alone. The question was who, and whether they'd succeed. He arrived at the Dursleys' house as dawn was breaking. He'd been gone all night, but the wards around the property would have kept anyone from noticing. Small mercies. In his room, Harry pulled out the 2-way mirror and examined it. Sirius's craftsmanship was impressive, the enchantment work was subtle but strong. This was someone who'd been genuinely talented before Azkaban broke him. Sirius Black, Harry said quietly. The mirror's surface rippled. Sirius's face appeared, looking surprised. Harry? Is something wrong? No. I just wanted to see if it worked. Sirius's expression softened. It works. Always has. I used to use it with James, during school. We'd talk late at night, planning pranks, complaining about homework. Normal kid stuff. Tell me about him. About my dad. And Sirius did. For an hour, Harry listened to stories about James Potter. His courage, his arrogance, his brilliant pranks and terrible poetry. How he'd pursued Lily Evans for years before she finally saw past his ego. How he'd grown up, shed his worst qualities, become the man who'd die to protect his family. Harry had heard these things before, in fragments, from Hagrid, from the portraits at Hogwarts, from books about the war. But hearing them from Sirius was different. More real. More personal. "I wish I could have been there," Sirius said when he finally wound down. "To watch you grow up. To teach you all the things James would have wanted you to know. You can teach me now. I'm a mess, Harry. 12 years in Azkaban doesn't leave much worth saving. You survived. That's not nothing." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was thick. "You really are their son. Both of them. Lily's compassion and James's stubbornness. I've been told I'm also quite annoying." Sirius laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. "That's definitely from James." They talked until the Dursleys began stirring. Harry said goodbye and hid the mirror under his mattress, feeling something warm in his chest. He had a godfather. Someone who'd loved his parents, who'd wanted to love him. Someone who could be family. It wasn't enough to fix everything. But it was something. 2 weeks before the start of term, the communication block lifted. Owls flooded in, letters from Ron, Hermione, Neville, all of them increasingly frantic as the summer had progressed. They'd been trying to reach him for months, had been told by some ministry official that Harry was unavailable, had eventually given up in despair. Harry responded to each one, explaining as much as he could, reassuring them he was alive and functional. He didn't mention Sirius, that story wasn't his to tell, not until the trial made it public. He also received a letter from Hogwarts, thicker than usual. Inside were his class assignments, his supply list, and a note from Dumbledore. "Harry, I trust your summer has been eventful. I look forward to discussing certain matters when you return. The castle has been restless in your absence. There are changes coming to Hogwarts this year. New threats, new opportunities, new challenges. I hope you'll face them with the same courage you showed last term. Until September, Albus Dumbledore. New threats." The old man knew something. Harry wrote back a neutral acknowledgement and began preparing for his return. Diagon Alley was busier on his second visit, the attack on Gringotts apparently fading from public concern. Harry collected his supplies efficiently, avoiding eye contact, using the hood of his cloak to obscure his face. He was leaving flourish and blots when someone stepped into his path. Lucius Malfoy looked exactly as he had the previous year, aristocratic, cold, and calculating. But something in his eyes had changed. There was a tension there that hadn't been present before. "Mr. Potter." "Lord Malfoy." "A word, if you please." They stepped into a side alley, away from the crowds. Harry's hand rested on his wand, but he didn't draw, not yet. "You've been speaking with Amelia Bones," Malfoy said. "Have I?" "Don't play games. My sources are extensive." Malfoy's jaw tightened. "You're building something. An alliance outside the traditional power structures. Independent of the ministry, independent of Dumbledore. Assuming that's true, why do you care?" "Because I've spent my entire adult life navigating those structures. Because I know how to survive in them. And because you asked me to make a choice, and I've been thinking about what that choice actually means." Harry studied the man's face. Helga's gift hummed, reading the emotions beneath the surface. Fear, more than before. Desperation, carefully contained. And something new, resolve. "What do you want, Lucius?" "I want to know what you're planning. Not because I want to stop you, I'm past that. Because I need to know if there's a place for me in whatever comes next." "That depends. Are you willing to betray Voldemort?" The name hit Malfoy like a physical blow. He flinched, then steadied himself with visible effort. "I've already betrayed him," he said quietly. "Not openly, I'm not suicidal. But for years I've been working to distance myself, to position my family for a future where he doesn't return. Every time I thought I was free, something pulled me back. The mark. The old alliances. The fear. And now? Now I have a son who's starting to admire you. A son who might have a future that doesn't involve kneeling to a monster. That changes the calculation. Harry considered. Malfoy was dangerous, he'd always be dangerous. But he was also useful. His connections, his knowledge of how the old families operated, his willingness to play dirty. These were things Harry needed. I'm not asking you to be a hero, Harry said finally. I'm asking you to be practical. When Voldemort returns, and he will, you can stand with him, or you can stand with the people who have a chance of winning. Make your choice. And if I choose your side, then you'll be part of something new. Something that doesn't care about blood status or old grudges. Something that might actually survive what's coming. Malfoy was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. I make no promises about heroism. But I can promise discretion, resources, and a willingness to listen. That's more than most in my position would offer. Harry shook the hand. It's a start. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Families said goodbye with more intensity than usual, mothers clutching children, fathers speaking in low urgent tones. The attack on Gringotts had rattled the wizarding world more than people wanted to admit. Harry found Ron and Hermione already seated in a compartment, their faces lighting up when they saw him. Harry! Hermione launched herself at him in a hug. We were so worried, the letters not going through, I thought something terrible had happened. I'm fine. Harry disentangled himself gently. Better than fine, actually. But we need to talk. Privately. He cast a silencing charm on the compartment, one of the spells he'd mastered over the summer, and told them everything. Sirius. Pettigrew. The meeting at Gringotts. The alliance forming outside the Ministry's control. Ron and Hermione listened with increasingly wide eyes. Sirius Black is your godfather, Ron said slowly when Harry finished. And he's innocent. And he's been in Azkaban for 12 years for crimes he didn't commit. Yes. And there's a rat who's actually a dark wizard who's been living with wizarding families as a pet. Yes. Merlin's pants, Harry. Can't you have a normal summer just once? Harry laughed despite himself. Apparently not. But Hermione, I need your help with something. The research you've been doing on magical bindings, I need to know everything you found. Hermione's expression sharpened. This is about the Shadow King. The Founders think there might be a way to sever the connection between us. Or to reverse it. But I need to understand the underlying theory before I can attempt anything. I found some references. Hermione pulled a notebook from her bag, dense with handwriting. The magic involved is ancient, pre-Founders, some of it. There are similarities to certain soul magic traditions, which are obviously illegal now, but the theory is documented in older texts. Soul magic. The Shadow King bound his consciousness to the ley lines beneath Britain. That's not just magic, it's his actual soul, anchored to the land itself. The crown is a conduit, connecting whoever wears it to that anchor. Which is why I'm feeding him power. Exactly. Every time you draw on the castle's magic, you're drawing on the same ley lines he's bound to. The energy flows through you, but some of it bleeds into his prison. Harry's jaw tightened. Is there a way to stop it? Maybe. The Founder's notes suggest that the crown could be modified, repurposed to drain energy from the anchor instead of feeding it. But that would require access to the original ritual, and that's locked away in the deepest part of the castle. The Chamber of Kings. Harry nodded. Salazar mentioned it. A vault that only the king can access, containing Marvello's original research. Can you open it? I don't know. I've never tried. The train began moving. Through the window, Harry watched platform 9 3/4 fade away, replaced by the familiar blur of countryside. There's something else, Hermione said. Something I haven't told you yet. What? The ley lines beneath Hogwarts. They're not just magical conduits, they're connected to something larger. A network that spans all of Britain, intersecting at certain key points. Hogwarts is one nexus. London is another. There are others, scattered across the country. What does that mean? It means the Shadow King wasn't just trying to bind himself to Hogwarts. He was trying to bind himself to all of magical Britain. The ritual failed, but not completely. Parts of him are scattered across the country, anchored to different nexuses. Harry felt cold. He's not just beneath the castle. He's everywhere. Or at least, pieces of him are. The main consciousness is probably under Hogwarts, that's where the ritual was centered, but there could be echoes, fragments, spread across the entire network. Can these fragments act independently? I don't know. The sources I found were vague on that point. Hermione's voice was troubled. But if they can, if there are pieces of the Shadow King out there that aren't bound by the Founder's wards. The implications hung in the air. We need to find them, Harry said. Before they find us. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like a promise. Harry felt the castle's welcome wash over him the moment the carriages crossed the boundary wards. The connection, dormant all summer, blazed back to life. Every stone, every spell, every secret passage, he felt them all, felt the castle's joy at his return. King, it seemed to say. Welcome home. The sorting ceremony proceeded normally, new first years, nervous and excited, placed into their houses by a hat that had learned not to challenge Harry's presence. Dumbledore made his usual speech, welcoming students, warning about the Forbidden Forest. But something was different. Harry felt it in the way Dumbledore's eyes lingered on him, in the subtle tension in the staff table, in the castle's own unsettled hum. Something's wrong, he murmured to Ron. You mean besides the usual? The castle is nervous. I've never felt it like this before. The feast ended. Students dispersed to their dormitories. Harry hung back, waiting until the great hall was nearly empty before approaching the staff table. Dumbledore met him halfway. Harry. I was hoping we could speak tonight. Your office. The Founder's study, I think. They should hear this as well. They walked in silence through corridors that seemed to watch their passage. Harry felt eyes everywhere, portraits, suits of armor, the very walls themselves. The castle was on high alert. The study appeared where Harry expected it, the door materializing in a blank stretch of wall. Inside, the four portraits waited, their painted faces unusually grave. Something's happened, Harry said as soon as the door closed. Several somethings, Dumbledore replied. The attack on Gringotts was only the beginning. Over the summer, there have been incidents across Britain, magical disturbances at ancient sites, unexplained phenomena near ley line nexuses. The Ministry is trying to keep it quiet, but the pattern is unmistakable. The Shadow King's fragments, Hermione's research flashed through Harry's mind. He's waking up across the country. Indeed. Rowena's portrait leaned forward. We feared this might happen. The fragments aren't truly conscious, they're echoes, residue from the failed ritual. But they respond to the main consciousness. If Marvello is stirring, his fragments will stir as well. And they're dangerous? Potentially. Salazar's voice was grim. They can influence minds, especially those already inclined toward darkness. They can corrupt wards, disrupt magical systems, cause localized chaos. Nothing on the scale of what the full consciousness could do, but not nothing either. The Death Eater activity, Harry said slowly. The organizing, the attack on Gringotts, could the fragments be influencing them? Almost certainly. Dumbledore nodded. The Dark Lord's followers are particularly susceptible. They've already touched dark magic, already opened themselves to corruption. The fragments would find them easy targets. So we're not just facing Voldemort anymore. We're facing Voldemort and an ancient evil that's using his followers as puppets. A simplified summary, but accurate. Harry turned to the portraits. You said there might be a way to sever my connection to the Shadow King. To stop feeding him power. Is that still possible? Possible, yes. Godric's voice was heavy. But it requires accessing the Chamber of Kings. Marvello's original research is there, his notes on the binding ritual, his theories on how it could be modified. Without that knowledge, any attempt to alter the connection would be guesswork. Then I'll access the chamber. It's not that simple. Helga spoke gently, as always, but with an edge of worry. The chamber was designed to be Marvello's sanctuary. He filled it with traps, tests, challenges. Even with the crown, getting through won't be easy. Easy isn't really my specialty anyway. Godric barked a laugh. That's the spirit. But Harry, the chamber hasn't been entered in 1,000 years. We don't know what state it's in. We don't know if the tests still function as intended. You could be walking into something we can't help you with. Do I have a choice? Silence answered him. Then I'll go. But not alone. Harry looked at Dumbledore. You offered to work as allies. This is your chance to prove it. The old man's eyes twinkled faintly. What did you have in mind? The chamber is below the castle. The entrance is in the dungeons, somewhere even Salazar doesn't remember precisely. I'll need help navigating, help with whatever traps we encounter. And I'll need someone watching my back in case things go wrong. I would be honored. Then we go tomorrow night. After the students are asleep. No one else needs to know. Dumbledore nodded. Something passed between them, not trust, not yet, but the beginning of understanding. They were fighting the same enemy now. That made them allies, whatever their other differences. There's one more thing, Harry said. The trial. Sirius Black's trial. When is it? Next week. The evidence is overwhelming, Pettigrew's confession, the testimony of those who captured him. Sirius will be exonerated. Good. He's my godfather. I want to be there when he's freed. That can be arranged. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. You've grown, Harry. In ways I didn't anticipate. The castle chose well. The castle chose the only option available. I'm just trying to live up to it. The Chamber of Kings waited beneath the deepest dungeons of Hogwarts. Harry descended through passages that hadn't seen light in centuries, Dumbledore a step behind him. The old wizard's wand cast silver illumination, but Harry didn't need it, he could feel the path through his connection to the castle. Every stone, every step, every hidden mechanism. You navigate as if you were born here, Dumbledore observed. I was born for this. That's what the castle keeps telling me. Does that frighten you? Harry considered the question. It did, at first. The weight of it. The expectation. Now it just is. Like the scar, or the prophecy. Part of who I am. A mature perspective for someone so young. I've had good teachers. They descended further. The air grew colder, heavier. The castle's presence faded, replaced by something older, the raw magic of the ley lines themselves, pulsing beneath the earth. And something else. Something watching. We're being observed, Harry said quietly. By whom? Not who. What? The chamber is aware of us. It's deciding something. A doorway appeared in the stone ahead. No, not appeared. It had always been there, hidden by magic so old it predated the founders. Harry could see it now only because the crown showed him. This is as far as I can take you, Dumbledore said. What? The chamber admits only the king. That was part of Marvello's original design, even the founders couldn't override it completely. The old man smiled slightly. I'll wait here. If you don't return by dawn, I'll find another way. Harry looked at the doorway. Beyond it, darkness waited. Not ordinary darkness, something active, hungry, testing. Wish me luck. I wish you wisdom. Luck is unreliable. Harry stepped through. The first test was memory. Harry found himself standing in the cupboard under the stairs. Not a memory of it, the real thing, perfectly recreated. The smell of dust and old sweat. The scratch of his thin mattress. The crack of light through the damaged door. This isn't real, he said aloud. Real enough, a voice whispered. Real enough to break you. The door rattled. Vernon's voice, thick with anger, get out here, boy. Time for your punishment. Harry's hand moved to the door. Not by his choice, his body was responding to years of conditioning, to fear drilled into him by a decade of abuse. This is what you are, the voice continued. Beneath the crown, beneath the power. Just a scared child hiding in the dark. Harry stopped. His hand trembled on the door, every instinct screaming at him to obey, to avoid the punishment that waited outside. You're right, he said. That is what I was. But it's not what I am now. He let go of the door. Then what are you? I'm the boy who survived because the house protected him. I'm the wizard who learned to love magic because it was the only thing that made sense. I'm the king who wears a crown he didn't ask for, fighting battles he didn't choose. He turned his back on the door. I'm Harry Potter. And I'm not afraid of the dark anymore. The cupboard dissolved. The second test was choice. Harry stood at a crossroads. 3 paths stretched before him, each leading into impenetrable shadow. At the entrance of each path, a figure waited. On the left, Lily Potter. Not a portrait, not a ghost, his mother, young and alive, her green eyes full of love. Come with me, she said. I can show you what your life should have been. The childhood they stole from you. The family you deserved. On the right, Marvello. The Shadow King himself, not as a faceless shade but as a man, proud and powerful, crown of iron gleaming. Come with me, he said. I can show you what power truly means. Not the pale imitation the founders offered. The real thing. In the center, no one. Just a path leading into unknown darkness. Choose, the voices said together. Harry looked at his mother. The pull was almost physical, every fiber of him wanting to run to her, to feel arms around him that he'd never known, to experience the life that Voldemort had stolen. He looked at Marvello. The temptation was different but no less strong. Power to protect everyone he loved. Knowledge to defeat every enemy. The ability to shape the world according to his will. He looked at the empty path. The center, he said. Always the center. Why? The voices demanded. Because the left is a lie. My mother is dead, nothing can change that. And the right is a trap. Power without wisdom, without restraint, without love, that's what destroyed you, Marvello. That's what you still don't understand. He walked forward into the darkness. The center path is hard. Uncertain. I don't know where it leads. But it's mine. And that's what matters. The crossroads dissolved. The third test was truth. Harry stood in a mirror hall. Infinite reflections stretched in every direction, each showing a different version of himself. Harry the king, crown blazing, armies at his command. Harry the scholar, surrounded by books, knowledge his only weapon. Harry the warrior, scarred and fierce, sword in hand. Harry the martyr, broken and dying, sacrificing himself for others. Harry the monster, eyes burning red, power corrupted beyond recognition. Which is real? The voice asked. All of them, Harry answered. None of them. They're possibilities, not inevitabilities. But one must be true. One must be your fate. Fate is what you make it. Harry walked among the mirrors, studying each reflection. I could become any of these. King or scholar, warrior or martyr. Even the monster, that path is always there, waiting. Then which will you choose? Harry stopped at the final mirror. In it, he saw himself as he was right now, 12 years old, too thin, scar visible on his forehead. Nothing special. Nothing remarkable. Except for his eyes. In the mirror, his eyes held something that none of the other reflections showed. Hope. I choose to keep choosing, Harry said. Every day. Every moment. Not to let any single path define me. Not to become a fixed thing that others can predict and control. That is not an answer. It's the only answer that matters. The mirrors shattered. Harry emerged into the Chamber of Kings. It was vast, larger than the Great Hall, carved from living rock that pulsed with ley light. Crystals jutted from the walls, humming with ancient power. In the center stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a book. Marvello's grimoire. The original research. Everything Harry needed to understand the binding, and potentially break it. He approached cautiously. The chamber felt alive, watching, judging. He'd passed the tests, but something told him the final trial hadn't yet begun. You came. The voice was behind him. Harry turned slowly. Marvello stood there, not a shade, not a test, but something more. A projection, maybe, or a fragment of consciousness given temporary form. He looked as he must have in life, tall, regal, with the bearing of someone who'd never known doubt. I knew you would, eventually, the Shadow King continued. The Founders thought they could hide this place forever. They underestimated the pull of destiny. I'm not here for destiny. I'm here for answers. Aren't they the same thing? Marvello smiled coldly. You want to understand the binding. To sever our connection. To grow strong without feeding me. I can help with all of that. At what price? The truth. That's all I ask. Listen to what I have to say, and then make your choice. Harry kept his hand near his wand. Talk. The Founders didn't tell you everything. They couldn't, they never fully understood what I created. The binding ritual wasn't just about immortality. It was about transformation. I was trying to become something new. Something beyond human. A god. A guardian. Marvello's voice was intense. I saw what was coming, the Muggle world rising, magic retreating into shadows. I knew that eventually, the two worlds would collide, and when they did, magic would need a champion. Someone who could stand against anything, who could never be destroyed. So you tried to merge yourself with Britain itself. Yes. And I failed. Pain flickered across Marvello's features. The ritual was incomplete. I became something else. Not quite human, not quite divine. Caught between states, unable to die, unable to truly live. Why are you telling me this? Because you're facing the same choice. Marvello moved closer, his form flickering. The crown connects you to the same power I sought. You could complete what I started, finish the ritual, become what I was meant to be. A true guardian of magical Britain, immortal and invincible. Or you can try to sever the connection. Cut yourself off from the ley lines, break the bond between us. You might succeed, the grimoire contains the theory. But you'll also lose everything that makes you the king. You'll become ordinary again. And the next time darkness rises, and it will rise, you'll have nothing to fight it with. Harry looked at the grimoire on its pedestal. The knowledge he needed was right there, waiting. All he had to do was choose. There's a third option, he said slowly. One you haven't mentioned. Is there? I keep the connection. Keep the crown. But I don't complete your ritual, I modify it. Use your research to understand the binding, then change it. Make it work for me instead of against me. Marvello's expression shifted. That's not possible. The ritual was designed for a specific outcome. Maybe. But magic is personal, the founders taught me that. Whatever you designed, I can redesign. I'm not you, Marvello. I don't want to become a god. I just want to protect the people I love. And if you fail? If the modification goes wrong? Then I'll deal with the consequences. Harry met the Shadow King's eyes. I'm not afraid of failing. I'm afraid of not trying. Marvello stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he stepped aside. Take the grimoire. Study it. Do what you think is best. No tricks. No traps. No more than I've already set. Marvello's smile was thin. The tests you passed, they were mine. I designed them centuries ago, to screen anyone who reached this place. You're the first to pass all three. What would have happened if I'd failed? Death. Madness. A fate somewhere between. The Shadow King began to fade. We'll meet again, Harry Potter. In dreams, or in battle, or in that final moment when one crown falls. Until then, try not to disappoint me. He vanished. Harry stood alone in the Chamber of Kings. The grimoire waited on its pedestal, ancient and patient. He picked it up. The return journey was easier than the descent. Dumbledore waited where Harry had left him, his expression shifting from worry to relief when Harry emerged from the hidden doorway. You found it. I found more than that. Harry held up the grimoire. Marvello spoke to me. Or a piece of him did. What did he say? He offered me power. Immortality. The chance to become what he failed to become. Harry tucked the grimoire into his robes. I refused. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. And yet you took his research. I took information. What I do with it is my choice. Harry began walking toward the surface. He said something interesting. He said the founders didn't fully understand what he created. That the binding ritual was supposed to be something more than just immortality. Do you believe him? I believe he believes it. Whether it's true. Harry shrugged. I'll find out. They climbed in silence. Harry felt the castle's presence strengthening as they rose, the familiar warmth of home settling around him. Whatever waited ahead, Sirius's trial, the growing threats, the Shadow King's machinations, he would face it. But first, he had reading to do. Sirius Black walked out of the Ministry of Magic a free man. The trial had lasted 3 hours. Pettigrew's confession, delivered under Veritaserum, had been damning beyond question. The Wisingamot had voted unanimously for exoneration, with several members publicly apologizing for the miscarriage of justice. Harry watched from the gallery as Sirius emerged into the sunlight for the first time in 12 years. His godfather was still thin, still haunted, but something had changed. He stood straighter. His eyes were clearer. Harry. Sirius's voice cracked on the name. Harry descended the gallery steps and walked toward him. Cameras flashed, the press had gathered in force, but Harry ignored them. In this moment, nothing else mattered. I watched the whole thing, Harry said. You were brilliant. I was terrified. Sirius laughed shakily. All those faces, staring at me. Judging. I kept thinking they'd change their minds. Throw me back in Azkaban. They can't. Not now. You're free. Free. Sirius tasted the word like something he'd forgotten how to swallow. I don't even know what that means anymore. Harry took his godfather's hand. Then we'll figure it out together. The cameras kept flashing. The press shouted questions. But Sirius and Harry just stood there, two survivors finding each other at last. It wasn't a perfect reunion. They were still strangers in most ways, 12 years of separation couldn't be erased by a single moment. But it was a beginning. And in a world of endings, beginnings were precious beyond measure. The weeks that followed were a careful balance. Harry studied the grimoire every night, deciphering Marvello's archaic script, mapping the theoretical framework of the binding ritual. It was brilliant work, mad, certainly, but brilliant. The Shadow King had understood magic at a level that few since had matched. The modification Harry envisioned was delicate. Instead of completing the ritual, merging himself with the ley lines as Marvello had intended, he would adjust the flow of energy. Create a one-way valve, of sorts, that would allow him to draw power from the network without feeding anything back. The theory was sound. The execution would be another matter. Meanwhile, Harry maintained his other responsibilities. Training sessions with Ron and Hermione in the Room of Requirement. Political maneuvering with Neville, Susan, and the growing network of allies. Classes that somehow seemed less important than everything else but couldn't be neglected. And Sirius. His godfather had taken up residence at Grimmauld Place, the ancestral Black family home. It was a grim, dark building, filled with artifacts of a pure-blood family's centuries of prejudice. Sirius hated it, but he had nowhere else to go. Harry visited when he could, using the two-way mirror when he couldn't. They talked about everything, his parents, the war, Azkaban, what it meant to be free. Sirius was still broken in many ways, but he was healing. Slowly, painfully, but genuinely. "You should come live with me," Sirius said one evening. "When you're not at school. Dumbledore put you with those awful muggles because he thought he had to. Now he doesn't. I'd like that." Harry meant it. "But there are things I need to figure out first. The crown, the Shadow King, all of it. I can't risk bringing that danger to your door." "I'm not afraid of danger." "I know. That's why I need to be afraid for you." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a real laugh, full and genuine. "You sound just like Lily. She was always the practical one. James and I would charge into danger without thinking, and she'd be the one planning our escape routes. Someone has to." "Yeah." Sirius's expression softened. "Someone does." The confrontation came in late November. Harry was in the Room of Requirement, practicing the final steps of his modification ritual. He'd been working on it for weeks, building toward this moment. The grimoire lay open beside him, its pages covered with annotations. The ritual required a sacrifice. Not blood, Marvello had tried that, and it hadn't been enough. Not life, that path led only to madness. What it required was harder to define. Investment. Commitment. A piece of himself, given freely to the magic. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the power. The ley lines responded immediately. He felt them rushing up through the castle's foundations, through the crown on his brow, through every cell of his body. Raw magic, older than the Founders, older than civilization itself. He began to speak the words Marvello had written. Not a spell, something deeper. A contract with the magic itself, defining the terms of their relationship. "I give myself to this purpose. Not as slave, not as master. As partner. As guardian. As king." The power surged. Harry felt himself dissolving, becoming something larger. No. He pushed back. This was what Marvello had failed at. He'd let the power consume him, had tried to become the magic instead of channeling it. Harry was different. "I am not the land," he said, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. "The land is not me. We are connected, but separate. Bound, but distinct." The ritual fought him. It wanted what Marvello had designed it to want, total union, complete merger. Harry pushed harder. "I choose my own path." Light exploded through the Room of Requirement. The walls shook. Somewhere in the depths of the castle, something screamed, the Shadow King, feeling his grip on Harry's power suddenly loosen. When it was over, Harry lay on the floor, gasping for breath. The connection was still there. He could still feel the ley lines, still draw on their power. But the flow had changed. Energy moved toward him now, not away. He was no longer feeding the Shadow King. He'd done it. The grimoire lay beside him, its pages blank. The knowledge it contained had been used up, consumed by the ritual. Marvello's research was gone forever. Good. Some knowledge was too dangerous to exist. Harry pulled himself upright, taking stock. The crown still sat on his brow, invisible to all but him. The castle still hummed with familiar warmth. But something was different, something fundamental had shifted. He was still the king. But now he was king on his own terms. The Shadow King's response came that night. Harry dreamed of darkness, of a faceless figure on a throne of iron. But the dream felt different, distant, weakened. The connection that had made their conversations so vivid had been damaged. "You surprised me," Marvello admitted. "I didn't think you could actually do it. You gave me the tools yourself. I gave you a test. I expected you to fail." The Shadow King's voice was bitter. "Instead, you found a third option. Again. I seem to have a talent for those." "So you do." Marvello leaned forward, his empty face somehow conveying intensity. "But this isn't over, Harry Potter. You've weakened me, yes. Cut off one source of power. But I have others. The fragments across Britain, the followers who serve me without knowing, the corruption that spreads with every passing day. And I'll stop those too. Perhaps. Or perhaps they'll stop you." The Shadow King began to fade. "We'll meet again, young king. In dreams, if nowhere else. And one day, when you least expect it, I'll be free. When that day comes, all your clever modifications won't save you." Harry woke with his scar burning and the taste of iron on his tongue. One battle won. Many more to come. But for the first time since the crowning, he felt like he might actually win them. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was nothing like Christmas at Privet Drive. The house had been transformed. Sirius had spent weeks purging the worst of the dark artifacts, replacing ancient gloom with warmth and light. A massive tree stood in the drawing room, decorated with enchanted ornaments that sang carols. Ron and Hermione were there, invited by Harry. So were Neville, Susan, and, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. "This is weird," Ron muttered, watching Draco examine a painting with exaggerated interest. "Malfoy at Christmas. In Sirius Black's house. With us." "He's trying," Harry said. "That counts for something." "Does it?" "It has to. We can't win this war with only the people we already like. We need everyone who's willing to fight." Ron grumbled but didn't argue further. The dinner was chaotic and wonderful. Sirius told stories about James and Lily, about the original Order of the Phoenix, about pranks so elaborate they'd become Hogwarts legends. Harry laughed more than he could remember laughing, surrounded by people who cared about him. This, he realized, was what he'd been fighting for. Not abstract concepts like justice or safety. This, connection, family, belonging. Later, after the others had dispersed to various corners of the house, Sirius found Harry by the window. "Happy Christmas, Harry." "Happy Christmas, Sirius." They watched the snow fall on Grimmauld Place, two survivors finding peace in each other's company. "Thank you," Sirius said quietly. "For believing in me. For not giving up. Thank you for surviving. For being here. We're quite a pair, aren't we? The godfather and the godson, both too stubborn to die. It's a family trait, apparently." Sirius laughed and pulled Harry into a hug. It was awkward, neither of them was used to affection, but it was real. "Next year will be better," Sirius said. We'll figure out the living situation. You'll never have to go back to the Dursleys again. Promise? Promise. Outside, the snow kept falling. Inside, Harry let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, the future wouldn't be nothing but battles and darkness. Maybe there would be moments like this too. The spring brought challenges Harry hadn't anticipated. Lucius Malfoy invoked an ancient right, the challenge of worthiness. If Harry was truly king, if the castle had chosen rightly, he must prove it through combat. An old tradition, nearly forgotten, but still binding on those who wore magical crowns. He's trying to delegitimize you, Hermione said, pacing the room of requirement. If you refuse, you look weak. If you accept and lose, you look incompetent. And if I accept and win? Then you prove to everyone that the crown is real. That you deserve it. Harry nodded slowly. Then I'll win. Harry, you don't even know who he's going to choose as his champion. It could be anyone, a professional duelist, a dark wizard, someone with decades of experience. I know. Harry smiled slightly. But I've been training for this. We all have. The challenge was set for the first Saturday in April. The entire school would watch, professors, students, even ministry officials who'd been invited as neutral observers. Harry had 2 weeks to prepare. He trained harder than ever. Godric's combat techniques, refined through months of practice. Rowena's tactical insights, applied to every possible scenario. Salazar's strategic cunning, helping him anticipate his opponent's moves. And the sword. He'd been working on it all year, and now, finally, he could hold it consistently. Not for hours, like Godric, but for minutes at a time. Enough to matter. The day of the challenge dawned cold and clear. The Quidditch pitch had been transformed into a dueling arena. Stone walls enclosed a circular space, high enough to contain stray spells, low enough for spectators to see over. Hundreds of students lined the stadium seating. At the far end, a raised platform held the judges, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Amelia Bones. Harry stood at one end of the arena, wand in hand. He wore simple robes, black, with no adornment except the invisible crown on his brow. At the other end, Lucius Malfoy's champion waited. He was a tall man, scarred and weathered, with the look of someone who'd spent his life fighting. Egyptian, Harry guessed from his features. A curse-breaker, probably, someone who made their living delving into ancient tombs and surviving what they found. Rashid Nasser, the man introduced himself, bowing slightly. It's an honor to face the King of Hogwarts. The honor is mine. I've heard of your work. Rashid's eyebrows rose. Have you? The Tomb of Nefertiti. The Catacombs of Alexandria. You're considered one of the best curse-breakers in the world. I'm the best curse-breaker in the world. There was no arrogance in his voice, just simple statement of fact. Malfoy paid well for my services. But I want you to know, this is just business. Nothing personal. I understand. Harry raised his wand. Shall we? The duel began. Rashid was everything Harry had feared, fast, precise, and devastatingly experienced. His spells came in combinations, each building on the last, creating patterns that were almost impossible to defend against. Harry gave ground immediately. There was no shame in retreat, Salazar had taught him. The ground you hold is less important than surviving to hold it. He blocked, dodged, countered where he could. But Rashid was always one step ahead, always pressing, never giving Harry room to breathe. You're skilled, Rashid observed as their wands clashed. More than I expected. But skill isn't enough against experience. A spell caught Harry's shoulder, spinning him around. He hit the ground hard, rolled, came up with his shield barely in time to catch the follow-up curse. The thing about experience, Harry gasped, is that it can make you predictable. He'd been watching Rashid's patterns. The Cursebreaker was brilliant, but he relied on certain sequences, combinations he'd used 1,000 times before. Harry had been cataloging them, waiting for the right moment. Now. Harry dropped his wand. Rashid's eyes widened. Dropping your weapon in a duel was suicide. His next spell was already flying, aimed at Harry's chest. Harry reached out his hand. Golden light blazed. The sword of Gryffindor materialized in his grip, deflecting Rashid's curse and sending it spiraling into the sky. The blade sang as Harry moved, instinct and training combining into something that felt less like combat and more like dancing. He was inside Rashid's guard before the man could adjust. The sword's point touched the Cursebreaker's throat. Yield. Rashid stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. Well played, young king. He dropped his wand. I yield. The crowd erupted. Harry lowered the sword, letting it fade back into golden light. His body was screaming from the punishment it had taken, but he stayed upright. A king didn't show weakness, even in victory. Across the arena, Lucius Malfoy's expression was utterly blank. Whatever he'd expected from this challenge, this wasn't it. Dumbledore's voice rang out across the pitch. The challenge is concluded. Harry Potter stands victorious. The crown of Hogwarts is confirmed. Students cheered. Teachers applauded. Even some of the Slytherins were clapping, though their faces suggested they weren't quite sure why. Rashid approached Harry, extending his hand. You've made powerful enemies today, he said quietly as they shook. Malfoy won't forget this humiliation. I know. But you've impressed some powerful friends too. The Cursebreaker's eyes glinted. We'll meet again, Harry Potter. Under better circumstances, I hope. I'd like that. Rashid walked away. Harry stood alone in the center of the arena, crown of light burning on his brow, feeling the weight of what he'd just done. He'd proven himself. In front of the entire school, in front of the ministry, in front of everyone who doubted. Now came the hard part, living up to it. The aftermath of the challenge rippled through the wizarding world. Newspapers ran the story for days. The Daily Prophet called it a new era for magical Britain. The Quibbler claimed Harry was actually a reincarnated ancient king, which wasn't entirely wrong but wasn't entirely right either. More importantly, the victory shifted the political landscape. Families that had been waiting to see which way the wind blew suddenly became very interested in Harry's cause. Letters arrived daily, offers of support, requests for meetings, subtle overtures toward alliance. Harry handled them carefully, with guidance from the founders and occasional advice from Sirius. Each contact was an opportunity, but also a risk. The wrong alliance could compromise everything he was building. Neville's grandmother came to visit, pronouncing herself satisfied with Harry's progress, the closest Augusta Longbottom ever came to praise. Susan's aunt sent a formal message through official channels, indicating that the DMLE was paying attention to recent developments. Even Draco Malfoy approached him in the corridor after classes. My father is furious, Draco said quietly. He doesn't show it, but I can tell. You've embarrassed him in front of everyone who matters. Is he going to try again? Probably. He doesn't give up easily. Draco hesitated. But I wanted you to know, what you said before, about choices. I've been thinking about it. And I don't know what choice I'll make when it matters. But I'm not going to let my father make it for me. It wasn't much. But it was something. The year ended with more questions than answers. The Shadow King was weakened but not defeated. Voldemort was still out there, gathering strength in whatever dark corner he'd found. The Death Eaters were organizing, influenced by fragments of ancient evil scattered across Britain. But Harry had grown too. He was stronger than he'd been in September, physically, magically, politically. He had allies who'd proven their worth. He had knowledge that could change everything. And he had something he'd never had before, a family. Sirius was waiting at King's Cross when the Hogwarts Express arrived. His godfather looked healthier than he had at Christmas, some of the prison pallor finally fading. "Ready to go home?" Sirius asked. Harry thought about Privet Drive. About the cupboard under the stairs. About years of darkness and neglect. Then he thought about Grimmauld Place. About a house being transformed by someone who loved him. About a summer spent learning to be a family. "Yeah," he said. "I'm ready." They walked out of the station together, leaving the platform behind. The second year was over. The third would bring new challenges. But right now, in this moment, Harry Potter was simply a boy going home with his godfather. And that was enough. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpent's Whisper. Grimmauld Place in summer was a different creature than Grimmauld Place in winter. Sunlight filtered through windows that had been sealed for decades, chasing shadows from corners that hadn't seen illumination in generations. Sirius had spent the spring attacking the house's gloom with an almost manic determination, stripping away dark artifacts, burning cursed tapestries, and replacing the oppressive atmosphere with something approaching warmth. Harry helped where he could. There was something therapeutic about the work, the physical labor of transformation, the visible progress from darkness to light. It reminded him of his own journey, in ways he didn't examine too closely. "Found another boggart," Sirius called from the third floor. "This one's in the grandfather clock. Need help?" "I've got it. Just stand back in case it gets past me." Harry listened to the sounds of combat from above, Sirius's laughter, the crack of a spell, a frustrated growl that suggested the boggart was putting up a fight. Then silence, followed by footsteps on the stairs. "Creature's been hiding them," Sirius said, emerging with cobwebs in his hair. "I swear that elf actively wants this house to kill me. He's loyal to the old ways. The old family. The old family that tortured him into madness and then abandoned him to rot alone for a decade." Sirius's voice was bitter, but there was something else underneath, guilt, maybe, or regret. "I know I shouldn't blame him. He's as much a victim as anyone. But it's hard to be sympathetic when he keeps trying to sabotage the plumbing." Harry had spent time with Creature, in quiet moments when Sirius wasn't watching. The old elf was damaged, yes, but not beyond repair. He responded to respect, to being treated as something more than furniture. Harry had made small inroads, nothing dramatic, but enough to suggest that patience might eventually bear fruit. "Give him time," Harry said. "He's been alone a long time. We've all been alone a long time." Sirius collapsed into a chair, looking suddenly exhausted. "That's the problem, isn't it? Everyone in this war, on every side, we're all just people who've been alone too long, trying to figure out how to connect again." It was more philosophical than Sirius usually got. Harry sat across from him, waiting. "I've been thinking about what comes next," Sirius continued. "After we've cleaned this place up, after the trials and the politics and all of it. What kind of life do I actually want? What have you concluded?" "Nothing useful." Sirius laughed. "I spent 12 years thinking about revenge. About what I'd do when I got out. But now that I'm out, now that Pettigrew's in Azkaban where he belongs, I don't know what to do with myself. You could help me. With the crown business? The Shadow King and Voldemort and all the rest? With everything." Harry leaned forward. "I'm building something, Sirius. An alliance that operates outside the normal power structures. People who are willing to fight, but also willing to think. You could be part of that. I'm a mess, Harry. You've seen me. I can barely get through a week without falling apart. So was I, when I got to Hogwarts. So is everyone, in their own way. The mess isn't disqualifying, it's just the starting point." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was rough. "James would be proud of you. You know that, right?" "I hope so. He would be. Not because of the crown or the power or any of that. Because you're kind. Because you see people, really see them, and you still choose to help. Sirius met Harry's eyes. I'll do what I can. Whatever you need. I'm in. Harry smiled. Good. Because we have work to do. The work began with mapping. Hermione's research had identified the ley line nexuses scattered across Britain, points where magical energy concentrated, where the Shadow King's fragments might be anchored. Harry needed to locate them precisely, to understand the scope of what he was facing. The grimoire was gone, consumed by the modification ritual. But Harry had absorbed enough of its knowledge to understand the basics. The ley lines formed a network, a web of power that covered the entire island. Certain points were stronger than others, intersections where multiple lines crossed, creating reservoirs of concentrated magic. Hogwarts was the primary nexus, the heart of the network. But there were others: Stonehenge, Glastonbury, the Tower of London, and dozens of smaller points scattered across the countryside. Harry worked with Hermione to create a map, plotting each known nexus and estimating its strength. The pattern that emerged was troubling. They're concentrated in the south, Hermione observed. Look, almost all the major nexuses are below the Midlands. There's hardly anything in Scotland except Hogwarts itself. The ritual was centered in the south, Harry said. Marvello's kingdom was there, before the Founders. When he tried to bind himself to the land, he was binding himself to the land he knew. Which means his fragments are probably strongest in those areas too. Yes. Harry studied the map, feeling the weight of what it represented. We need to investigate. Find out if the fragments are active, if they're influencing anyone. How? We can't just show up at Stonehenge and start poking around. Actually, we can. Harry smiled slightly. I've been in contact with Amelia Bones. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been investigating unusual activity at several historical sites. She's agreed to share their findings. You've been busy. I've been strategic. There's a difference. The DMLE reports painted a disturbing picture. Over the past year, there had been 17 incidents of magical disturbance at locations corresponding to Harry's map of ley line nexuses. Most were minor, localized ward failures, unexplained phenomena, the kind of thing that could be dismissed as coincidence. But some were more serious. At Glastonbury, a group of Muggle tourists had wandered into a restricted area and emerged speaking in tongues, an ancient language that Ministry linguists eventually identified as a variant of Old English mixed with something older. They'd recovered after a few hours, but none could remember what had happened. At the Tower of London, the ravens had gone mad. All 7 had attacked their keepers simultaneously, then flown in perfect formation toward the northeast, toward Scotland, toward Hogwarts, before suddenly collapsing dead. The Muggles thought it was disease. The Ministry knew better. And at Stonehenge, someone had carved words into the ancient stones. Words in a language that shouldn't exist anymore, the same language Harry had seen scratched into his bedpost, the Shadow King's tongue. The King returns. He's sending messages, Harry said, reviewing the reports. Using the fragments to make himself known. To whom? Sirius asked. He'd been reading over Harry's shoulder, his expression growing darker with each page. Anyone who's listening. His old followers, maybe, he must have had some, back before the Founders. Or new recruits. People susceptible to his influence. Death Eaters. Probably. Harry set down the reports. The fragments can corrupt people who've already touched dark magic. Voldemort's followers are perfect targets. So we're dealing with an army of dark wizards being influenced by an ancient evil who's also their leader's predecessor. Sirius laughed humorlessly. I miss when our biggest problem was Pettigrew. We need more information. About the fragments, about who they've touched, about what Marvello is actually planning. How do we get that? Harry thought about his options. The Founders could advise, but their knowledge was 1,000 years old. The ministry was too compromised to trust fully. His own allies were limited in what they could access. But there was one source he hadn't tried yet. The Shadow King himself, Harry said slowly. He still speaks to me in dreams. He's weaker now, but the connection remains. I could probe. Ask questions. See what he reveals. That's incredibly dangerous. I know. But it might be necessary. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue, but something in Harry's expression stopped him. Be careful, he said finally. Whatever you're planning, be careful. That night, Harry didn't resist the dreams. Usually he fought them, reinforced his mental walls, pushed back against the Shadow King's whispers. Tonight he let them come, sinking into the darkness with intention rather than fear. The dream space was different this time. Instead of the endless void, Harry found himself in a throne room, ancient, crumbling, but with echoes of former grandeur. Tapestries hung from walls that stretched into shadow. A long carpet, faded to near colorlessness, led to a raised dais where a throne of iron waited. Marvello sat on the throne. Not the faceless shade Harry usually encountered, but something closer to human, a man in his middle years, with sharp features and eyes that held centuries of patience. You came deliberately, the Shadow King observed. That's new. I have questions. Don't we all? Marvello gestured, and a second chair appeared. Sit. Let's be civilized about this. Harry sat cautiously, every sense alert for traps. The dream space was Marvello's domain. The ancient king had far more control here than Harry did. You've been active, Harry began. The fragments. The messages. You're making yourself known. I'm reminding people that I exist. There's a difference. Why now? You've been dormant for 1,000 years. Why start announcing yourself? Because the time is approaching. Marvello's voice was calm, patient. You felt it too, haven't you? The shifting of energies, the gathering of forces. Something is coming, something that will change the magical world forever. Voldemort's return. Among other things. The Shadow King smiled thinly. The Dark Lord is a piece of the puzzle, but not the whole picture. He's a symptom of a larger disease. Magical Britain is dying, Harry Potter. Has been dying for centuries. The old ways are fading, the old powers are weakening. Soon there will be nothing left worth saving. And you're the cure. I'm the alternative. The magical world can continue its slow decline into irrelevance, eventually being swallowed by the Muggle masses. Or it can embrace what I offer, unity, power, a path forward that doesn't involve hiding in shadows. Harry studied the ancient king carefully. There was conviction in Marvello's voice, real belief in what he was saying. You genuinely think you're helping? I know I am. I've had 1,000 years to think about this, Harry. 1,000 years of watching through my fragments, of seeing the magical world shrink and weaken. I don't want destruction, I want preservation. I want to save what's worth saving before it's too late. By conquering everyone. By unifying everyone. Marvello leaned forward, intensity burning in his eyes. The founders understood, at first. They built Hogwarts to bring together the magical children of Britain, to forge a common identity. But they stopped too soon. They created a school when they should have created a kingdom. They created something that's lasted 1,000 years. That seems like success to me. Survival isn't success. Survival is just not failing. The Shadow King's voice was sharp. The magical world survives, yes. But does it thrive? Is it stronger now than it was in my day? More united? More powerful? Harry didn't have an answer to that. I thought not. Marvello sat back. You have questions. I have answers. But there's a price for everything. What price? Information for information. You want to know about my fragments, my followers, my plans. I want to know about you, about the modification you performed, about how you severed the feeding connection. Why do you care? It's already done. Because I'm curious. You accomplished something I thought impossible. Understanding how might help me accomplish other impossible things. Harry considered. Sharing information with the Shadow King was dangerous. Any knowledge Marvello gained could be used against him. But learning about the fragments might be worth the risk. The modification was based on your own research, Harry said carefully. The grimoire in the Chamber of Kings. I used your theory of ley-line interaction to create a one-way flow. Energy comes to me but doesn't return to you. Elegant. But there must have been something more, some personal element that made the ritual work for you when it failed for me. Choice. The word came without planning, but Harry knew it was true. The ritual required willing commitment. You tried to force the binding. I accepted it freely. Marvello was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was strange, almost admiring. Free will. The one variable I never accounted for. He laughed softly. The founders were cleverer than I gave them credit for. They built the crown to reject forced mastery. Only someone who truly chose to bear it could modify its function. Your turn. Tell me about the fragments. What do you want to know? How many are there? Where exactly are they? What can they do? There are 17 major fragments and countless minor ones. They're anchored to the ley-line nexuses I established during my original binding. Anywhere the ritual touched leaves a piece of me behind. Marvello's expression was distant, calculating. They can influence thoughts, especially in those already inclined toward darkness. They can corrupt wards, disrupt magical systems, cause localized chaos. They can communicate with each other and with me, though the connection is limited. Can they be destroyed? Possibly. Each fragment is tied to its nexus. If you could sever that connection, the fragment would dissipate. But doing so would also damage the nexus itself, potentially creating larger problems. What kind of problems? The ley lines are the foundation of magical Britain. Damage them too severely, and the entire network could destabilize. Magic would become unreliable, unpredictable. Hogwarts itself might fail. Harry absorbed this. The fragments couldn't simply be destroyed without risking greater harm. They had to be dealt with more carefully, contained, neutralized, or somehow purified. One more question, Harry said. The Death Eaters you've been influencing. What are you using them for? Marvello smiled. That would be telling. You said information for information. And you've received your share. Perhaps next time we can negotiate further. The Shadow King rose from his throne. But for now, I think our conversation is done. You've given me much to think about, Harry Potter. I hope I've done the same for you. The dream began to dissolve. Harry felt himself rising toward wakefulness, the throne room fading around him. One more thing, Marvello called as the darkness closed in. The Dark Lord seeks something in Hogwarts. Something that belonged to me, long ago. If he finds it, everything changes. What is it? But Marvello was gone, and Harry was awake, staring at his bedroom ceiling with the Shadow King's words burning in his mind. Something that belonged to him, long ago, Hermione repeated. They were in the room of requirement, Harry's account of the dream fresh in their ears. At Hogwarts. What could that be? The Chamber of Secrets, Ron suggested. That's Slytherin's, right? And Slytherin had some connection to the pre-Founders era. The chamber isn't Marvello's, Harry said. Salazar built it himself, I've seen his memories. But there might be something inside it, something from before. We don't even know where the chamber is. I might be able to find it. Harry reached for his connection to the castle, feeling its familiar warmth. The castle knows all its secrets. If I ask the right way. He closed his eyes and focused. The bond between him and Hogwarts had strengthened over the past year, the modification ritual had refined it, made it more precise. He could feel the castle's vast awareness, its thousands of rooms and corridors, its secrets layered upon secrets. The Chamber of Secrets, he thought. Show me. Resistance. Not refusal, exactly, but reluctance. The castle didn't want to reveal this particular secret. Something about it made the ancient magic nervous. Please, Harry pressed. I need to know what Voldemort is looking for. I need to protect you. A long pause. Then, slowly, an image formed in his mind. A bathroom. Girls' bathroom, on the second floor. A sink that didn't work properly because it was never meant to be a sink at all. And below it, far below, a chamber carved from living rock. A statue of a man's face, mouth open, waiting. And coiled around the statue, sleeping. Harry's eyes snapped open. I know where it is, he said. And I know what's inside. What? A basilisk. 1,000-year-old serpent that can kill with its gaze. Harry's voice was grim. That's what Voldemort wants. That's his weapon. The planning took weeks. A basilisk wasn't something you could fight directly, one look at its eyes and you were dead. The only advantage Harry had was preparation time. Voldemort didn't know that Harry had discovered the chambers. Location. That gave them the chance to act first. We need to kill it before he can use it, Ron said bluntly. Or at least contain it somehow. Killing a basilisk isn't easy, Hermione pointed out. They're resistant to most magic. The only recorded methods are roosters, the cry is fatal to them, or a sword through the roof of the mouth. I have a sword. You have a sword that you can hold for maybe 5 minutes before it fades. Not to mention you'd have to get close enough to use it. Harry thought about the problem from every angle. The basilisk was dangerous, yes, but it was also an animal, a magical creature following its nature. If it could be reasoned with, or controlled. I'm a Parselmouth, he said slowly. I can speak to snakes. You think you can talk a 1,000-year-old monster out of eating people? I think I can try. The basilisk has been alone down there for centuries, following orders from someone who died a long time ago. Maybe it's tired. Maybe it wants something different. Or maybe it just wants to eat you. That's why we have backup plans. Harry turned to the map of the castle they'd spread across a table. The chamber has one known entrance, the bathroom sink. But the castle might know other ways in. Older routes that Salazar didn't seal off. He reached out to Hogwarts again, asking different questions this time. Not where the chamber was, but how many ways there were to reach it. What defenses existed? What weaknesses? The answers came slowly, reluctantly, but they came. There are 3 entrances, Harry reported. The bathroom is the main one. But there's also an older passage from the dungeons, and an emergency exit that leads to the lake. Salazar built in escape routes. Smart. The lake exit is underwater. Even if we could use it, we'd drown getting there. But the dungeon passage, that might work as an alternative. Or as a way to flank the basilisk if my negotiation fails. You're really going to try talking to it first? I'm going to try everything. Killing should be the last resort, not the first. Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. They'd learned not to argue when Harry got that tone in his voice. What do you need from us? Hermione asked. Research. Everything you can find about basilisks, their behavior, their weaknesses, their history. And I need you to work with Neville on the roosters. If negotiation fails, we need that backup ready. What about the dungeon passage? I'll explore it myself. The castle will guide me. Alone. Some things I have to do alone. Harry met their worried eyes. But you'll know where I am. If something goes wrong, you can send help. The dungeon passage was older than Hogwarts itself. Harry descended through layers of stone that predated the founders by centuries. The castle's awareness faded as he went deeper, replaced by something more ancient, the raw magic of the ley lines, pulsing through the earth like a heartbeat. The passage had been sealed with powerful wards, but they recognized the crown's authority. Harry passed through barriers that would have stopped anyone else, feeling them part around him like curtains. At the bottom, he found a door. It was stone, carved with serpents that seemed to move in the dim light. Words were inscribed around the frame, not English, not even Latin, but the same ancient language the Shadow King used. Harry could read it now. One of the crown's gifts. Here sleeps the guardian. Enter with respect or not at all. He pressed his palm to the door. It swung open silently. The chamber beyond was vast, larger than the great hall, carved from rock that glowed faintly with its own light. Water dripped from stalactites, forming pools that reflected the strange luminescence. And at the far end, coiled around a massive statue of a bearded man, the basilisk waited. It was enormous. 50 feet at least, with scales that gleamed like polished emeralds. Its eyes were closed, a small mercy, but Harry could feel its awareness. It knew he was there. Speaker, the basilisk said, and its voice was like stones grinding together. It has been long since a speaker came to this place. I am Harry Potter, King of Hogwarts. I've come to talk. Talk. The word was almost amused. The last speaker who came wished only to command. To use me as a weapon against his enemies. Voldemort. He calls himself that now. When he was young, he had another name. Tom. He found this place when he was a student, found me, woke me from my long sleep. The basilisk's coils shifted, a sound like mountains moving. He promised freedom. Action. Purpose. He lied. What did he actually want? Death. He used me to kill a girl, a student. An accident, he claimed, but I felt his satisfaction. His hunger. The great head turned, eyes still closed. I have killed many things in my existence, speaker. But I do not kill children. Not willingly. Harry felt something shift in his understanding of the creature before him. Not a monster, not entirely. Something older, with its own code. He's coming back, Harry said. Voldemort. He's searching for ways to return to power, and he knows you're here. He'll try to use you again. Let him try. There was cold anger in the basilisk's voice. I will not serve him again. Not after what he made me do. Then serve someone else. Harry stepped closer, feeling the weight of the crown on his brow. Serve Hogwarts. Serve the students you were originally meant to protect. Protect? The basilisk's laugh was like an earthquake. I was created to destroy, speaker. Salazar made me as a weapon against those he considered unworthy. Salazar made a lot of mistakes. That doesn't mean you have to keep making them. Silence stretched between them. Harry could feel the basilisk's attention, could sense the ancient mind working through implications. You are strange, young speaker. You come into my domain, alone, to offer me, what? Redemption. Purpose. The students of Hogwarts are in danger, not just from Voldemort, but from something older. Something that was here before the founders. I'm trying to protect them, but I need allies. And you think I could be one of these allies? I think you could choose to be. That's all anyone can do, choose. The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, its great eyes began to open. Harry didn't look away. He held the creature's gaze, feeling power wash over him, not the killing force of the serpent's full attention, but something gentler. A test. You do not fear me, the basilisk observed. I fear what you could do. But fear isn't the same as submission. No. It isn't. The eyes closed again. Very well, young speaker. I will consider your offer. Return to me when the Dark One makes his move. We will see then what choice I make. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. I have made no promises. The basilisk's coils tightened around the statue. But I will say this, you are the first speaker in 1,000 years who treated me as something other than a weapon. That is not nothing. Harry bowed, a gesture of respect between equals, and turned to leave. Behind him, the guardian of the Chamber of Secrets settled back into its ancient slumber. One potential ally gained. Or at least, one potential enemy neutralized. Progress. The return to the surface felt longer than the descent. Harry emerged from the dungeons to find Dumbledore waiting for him. You visited the chamber, the old wizard said. It wasn't a question. I spoke with the basilisk. I think I've convinced it not to help Voldemort. Convinced it. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. That's quite an achievement. It wasn't difficult. The basilisk hated being used as a weapon. All it needed was an alternative. And you offered yourself as that alternative. I offered choice. The same thing I offer everyone. They walked together through the castle, neither in a hurry. Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's attention, the questions the old man wasn't asking. You disapprove, Harry said. I'm concerned. Dumbledore chose his words carefully. The basilisk is an incredibly dangerous creature. Trusting it, even provisionally, is a significant risk. Everything is a significant risk. The question is whether the potential reward justifies it. And you believe it does? I believe that treating intelligent beings as weapons is how you create enemies. The basilisk was ready to die rather than serve Voldemort again. That kind of conviction can be turned into loyalty, if you approach it correctly. Dumbledore was silent for several steps. When he spoke again, his voice was thoughtful. You approach leadership differently than I do. I've spent decades managing threats, containing dangers, positioning pieces on a board. You seem to prefer making allies of would-be enemies. Is that a criticism? It's an observation. The old man smiled slightly. And perhaps a lesson. I've grown accustomed to seeing the world in terms of problems to be solved. You see it in terms of people to be understood. That's not worse, just different. Different can be better or worse depending on circumstances. Indeed. Which is why we need both approaches. Dumbledore paused at a junction in the corridor. The Ministry is growing restless. Fudge has been receiving pressure from certain parties to take action against your unconventional methods. Let me guess. Lucius Malfoy. Among others. Your victory in the challenge of worthiness embarrassed some powerful people. They're looking for ways to retaliate. What kind of retaliation? Officially. Investigations into unauthorized magical activities. Questions about the propriety of a student holding the kind of power you do. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Unofficially. I've heard whispers of more direct action. You think they'll try to have me removed? I think they'll try anything they believe might work. You've become a threat to the established order, Harry. People who benefit from that order will fight to preserve it. Harry considered this. The political dimension of his kingship had always been present, but he'd managed to stay ahead of it, building alliances faster than enemies could form coalitions against him. That couldn't last forever. What do you suggest? Caution. Allies. And perhaps. Dumbledore hesitated. Perhaps it's time to make your position more official. A statement to the Wisengamot, perhaps. Something that establishes your role clearly, with legal protections. You want me to legitimize the crown through bureaucracy? I want to give you defenses that your enemies can't easily circumvent. Political power is useful, but legal power is harder to override. Harry thought about it. The idea of submitting himself to ministry approval rankled. The crown was given by Hogwarts, not by politicians. But Dumbledore had a point. Legal recognition would provide protection. Would force his enemies to work through official channels instead of back alleys. "I'll think about it," Harry said finally. "That's all I ask." Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing. I've received word that Sirius wants to formally adopt you. The paperwork is moving through the ministry. By summer's end, you should be legally his son." Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. "He didn't tell me. He wanted it to be a surprise. I suspect I've spoiled that, but I thought you should know." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Family is precious, Harry. However you find it. Treasure that." The adoption was finalized in August. Harry stood in a ministry courtroom, Sirius beside him, as a witch in formal robes read the declaration. It was a simple ceremony, a few words, a few signatures, a magical binding that made official what had been true in their hearts for months. "Congratulations," the witch said, smiling. "You are now legally Harry James Potter Black." Harry looked at Sirius. His godfather, his father now, was crying openly, making no effort to hide it. "I promised James," Sirius said, voice rough. "I promised him I'd take care of you if anything happened. Took me 12 years, but I finally kept that promise. You kept it the moment you survived Azkaban." Harry hugged him, not caring who was watching. "Everything else is just paperwork." They left the ministry together, father and son, into a bright summer day that seemed to promise better things ahead. That promise would be tested sooner than either of them expected. The attack came 2 weeks before the start of term. Harry was at Grimmauld Place, reviewing the latest intelligence reports from Amelia Bones. The Death Eater activity had escalated over the summer, more coordinated, more purposeful. Someone was organizing them, someone with a plan. The wards screamed first. Harry felt them tear like fabric, ancient protections unraveling under focused assault. He was on his feet instantly, wand in hand, magic surging through him. "Sirius." His father appeared from the kitchen, face pale. "I felt it." "How did they break through?" "I don't know. Get the others out, anyone who's here, I'll hold them off." "Harry, go." The front door exploded. 3 figures swept into the house, masks covering their faces, dark robes billowing. Death Eaters. Harry recognized the way they moved, trained, coordinated, lethal. He didn't give them time to attack first. Power surged from his palms, not wand magic, but the raw force of the ley lines. The lead attacker was thrown backward, crashing through the wall. The second caught a blast of golden light that sent him spinning. The third was faster. A curse caught Harry's shoulder, spinning him around. Pain exploded through his arm, but he turned the motion into a roll, came up behind a heavy cabinet, bought himself a moment to think. 3 attackers, possibly more outside. Sirius was getting the others to safety. He needed to buy time. The cabinet exploded. Harry Dove threw himself down the corridor, felt spells scorching the air around him. "Potter." A voice he didn't recognize, cold and commanding. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." Harry spun, wand raised, and found himself facing something unexpected. The lead Death Eater had recovered from Harry's initial attack. But something was wrong with him now, his movements were jerky, unnatural, and his eyes. His eyes were burning with ancient, terrible light. The Shadow King, Harry realized with horror. He's controlling them. Not Voldemort's attack at all. This was Marvello, using the Death Eaters as puppets, striking while Harry was vulnerable. "You're stronger than I expected," the possessed man said, and his voice was layered, the Death Eater's voice overlaid with something older, colder. "But strength alone won't save you." More figures appeared behind him. 5, 6, 7, all moving with that same unnatural coordination, all touched by the Shadow King's influence. Harry reached for the castle's power, for the ley lines, nothing. He was too far from Hogwarts. The connection was there, but faint, barely a whisper. He was on his own. Sirius. Right behind you. His father emerged from a side passage, wand blazing. 2 of the possessed attackers went down, but more were coming. There are too many. We need to retreat. No arguments here. Sirius grabbed Harry's arm. The flue in the kitchen, they'll have blocked it. Then we make our own exit. Sirius spoke a word Harry didn't recognize, and reality twisted. The walls of Grimmauld Place seemed to fold around them, compressing, and then, they were somewhere else. A safe house, Harry realized. One of the Black family's hidden properties. The sudden displacement had left him dizzy, but they were alive. How did you, family magic? Sirius was pale, blood dripping from a cut on his forehead. The Blacks have been paranoid for generations. We have emergency measures. The others? Got them out before the attack intensified. They're at another safe house. Harry leaned against a wall, trying to process what had just happened. The Shadow King had attacked directly, had taken control of Death Eaters to strike at him personally. That changed everything. He's escalating, Harry said. Marvello. He's not content to work through fragments anymore. What does that mean? It means we're running out of time. Harry straightened, forcing his thoughts into order. I need to get back to Hogwarts. Back to where I'm strongest. And I need to figure out how to stop him before he tries something like this again. The return to Hogwarts was different this year. Harry arrived early, before the other students, to meet with Dumbledore and the Founders. The attack on Grimmauld Place had shaken everyone, proof that the Shadow King could reach beyond his prison, could strike at anyone connected to Harry. The fragments are conduits, Rowena explained. We knew they could influence minds, but we didn't realize how much control Marvello had developed. If he can possess Death Eaters directly, he can do it to anyone who's touched dark magic, Salazar finished. Anyone whose mind has been open to that kind of corruption. How do we stop it? The fragments themselves are the key. As long as they exist, they give Marvello reach beyond his prison. Destroy them, and you cut off his access to the outside world. But destroying them damages the ley lines. Yes. Godric's voice was heavy. There's no clean solution, Harry. Every option has costs. Harry thought about the map Hermione had created. 17 major fragments, scattered across Britain. Each one would have to be dealt with individually, assessed, contained, or destroyed depending on circumstances. What about strengthening the main prison? Harry asked. If I can make the binding at Hogwarts strong enough, would that compensate for losing some fragments? Possibly. But strengthening the binding would require. Rowena hesitated. It would require significant sacrifice. Power, time, perhaps pieces of yourself. I've already given pieces of myself. What's a few more? Harry. Helga's voice was gentle but firm. You can't pour yourself out endlessly. Even kings have limits. Then I'll find those limits and work within them. Harry stood, pacing the study. There has to be a way. Some combination of actions that weakens him enough to contain, without destroying everything in the process. There might be, Salazar said slowly. But you won't like it. Try me. The original binding was designed for a specific purpose, to contain Marvello's consciousness. But it was built on his own ritual, modified. If you could access that ritual directly, understand it fully, you might be able to invert it. Turn the binding from a prison into a trap. What kind of trap? One that doesn't just contain him, but draws him in. Forces all his fragments, all his scattered consciousness, back into a single point. And then. Salazar paused. And then destroys that point utterly. Would that work? In theory. But it would require getting Marvello to commit himself fully, to pour all his power into one location where you could strike. He'd never do that willingly. Unless he thought he was winning. Harry's mind raced. Unless he believed his victory was so close he couldn't resist overextending. You're talking about baiting him. Letting him think he's about to triumph. I'm talking about giving him exactly what he wants, then taking it away at the last moment. Harry smiled grimly. It's risky. It's dangerous. And it might be our only chance. The school year began with tension lurking beneath the surface. Harry watched the first years get sorted, remembering his own terror and wonder 3 years ago. So much had changed since then. He'd been a lost child, uncertain of his place in the world. Now he was a king, carrying the weight of an ancient war on his shoulders. The whispers followed him everywhere. Students who'd heard about the attack on Grimmauld Place, about the Death Eaters, about Harry's impossible survival. Some looked at him with fear. Others with something closer to worship. He hated both. You're brooding, Hermione observed at dinner. I'm thinking. There's a difference. Not when you have that expression. She nudged his shoulder. Talk to us. Whatever you're planning, you don't have to do it alone. Harry looked at his friends, Ron and Hermione beside him, Neville across the table, Susan a few seats down, even Draco watching from the Slytherin table with something that wasn't quite hostility anymore. I'm planning to bait an ancient evil into overcommitting itself so I can destroy it, he said quietly. It's going to be dangerous. Probably the most dangerous thing any of us has ever done. When has that stopped us? Ron asked. It's different this time. The Shadow King isn't like Voldemort. He's patient, intelligent, and he's been planning this for 1,000 years. If we make a mistake, people will die. People are already dying. Hermione's voice was soft but firm. The attacks, the possessions, the corruption spreading across Britain. If we don't stop him, more people will die. That's the math, Harry. We can either act and risk making things worse, or not act and guarantee they get worse. She's right, Neville said. He'd grown so much since first year, quiet confidence replacing nervous fear. Whatever you need, I'm in. Me too, Susan added. Around the table, heads nodded. Even Draco, across the hall, gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He'd been carrying this weight alone, trying to protect everyone by keeping them at arm's length. But they didn't want to be protected. They wanted to fight. Okay, he said. Then here's the plan. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. The Shadow King wanted to be free. He'd been working toward that goal for 1,000 years, corrupting followers, spreading his influence, waiting for the right moment. Harry would give him that moment, but on Harry's terms. The ritual Salazar had described required Marvello to concentrate his power in a single location. Harry would create that location, a trap disguised as an opportunity. He would appear to weaken the binding at Hogwarts, to open a door that Marvello couldn't resist entering. And when the Shadow King committed himself fully, when all his fragments and all his power were focused in one place, Harry would close the trap and destroy him. It would require perfect timing. It would require Marvello to believe completely in his own victory. And it would require Harry to risk everything he had. The danger isn't just physical, Rowena warned. The ritual will require you to open yourself to Marvello's consciousness. To let him in, at least partially. If your will falters for even a moment, he'll consume me. I know. Do you? Because this isn't like anything you've faced before. This is a battle of minds, of souls. Voldemort is a monster, but he's still human. Marvello hasn't been human for 1,000 years. Then I'll just have to be stronger than something inhuman. Harry's voice was steady. I've done impossible things before. One more won't matter. The preparations took months. Harry worked with the founders to design the ritual space, a chamber beneath the castle, carved from the living rock of the ley lines, reinforced with every protection they could devise. He trained his mind, building walls within walls, layers of defense that would hold even against an ancient consciousness. His friends prepared their own contributions. Hermione researched every aspect of the original binding, looking for weaknesses they could exploit. Ron trained as a warrior, ready to defend the physical space if mundane threats emerged. Neville grew roosters, maintained backup plans, prepared for every contingency. Even the basilisk agreed to help. The great serpent would guard the chamber's entrance, preventing any external interference while Harry faced Marvello within. "You're certain about this?" the basilisk asked when Harry visited to finalize arrangements. "No. But certainty is a luxury I can't afford." A wise answer. The great eyes studied him. "You remind me of Salazar, in some ways. He was always willing to take risks others considered foolish." "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation. Salazar's risks sometimes paid off brilliantly. And sometimes they destroyed everything he loved." The basilisk's coils shifted. "I hope your risks tend toward the former." The night of the ritual arrived with a storm. Lightning cracked across the sky as Harry descended into the chamber. The castle's magic hummed around him, responding to his tension. Behind him, his friends took their positions, guards, watchers, ready to act if anything went wrong. "Remember," he told them at the entrance. "Whatever happens down there, don't interfere unless I call for help. The ritual needs to proceed without interruption." "And if you don't call for help?" Ron asked. "Then you'll know I've either won or lost. Either way, your job is the same: protect the school, protect each other." Harry managed a smile. "I'm not planning to lose." "You better not." Hermione's voice was thick. "We've put too much work into this for you to die now." Harry hugged them both, then turned and descended into the darkness. The chamber was cold, lit only by the glow of ley lines pulsing through the rock. Harry took his position at the center, feeling the weight of ancient power pressing against his consciousness. "Marvello," he said aloud. "I know you're watching. I know you can feel what I'm doing here." "I feel everything, young king." The Shadow King's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "I've been waiting for you to make your move. Then you know what I'm offering. A chance to end this. One battle, one outcome, winner takes all. And you believe you can win?" "I believe I have to try." Silence. Stretched. Harry felt Marvello's attention like a physical weight, the ancient consciousness considering, calculating. "Very well," the Shadow King said finally. "Let us end this." Power surged through the chamber. Harry felt the fragments respond, all 17 major pieces, countless minor ones, all of them turning toward Hogwarts. Toward him. The battle had begun. The assault on Harry's mind was unlike anything he'd experienced. Marvello came at him in waves, memories, emotions, visions designed to break his concentration. He saw his parents' deaths, felt Voldemort's curse strike his infant forehead. He experienced the cupboard under the stairs, the years of isolation and pain. He felt every loss, every fear, every doubt he'd ever harbored. Harry pushed back. He built walls from his own memories, Ron's friendship, Hermione's loyalty, Sirius's love. He armored himself in the connections he'd forged, the relationships that made him who he was. "You cling to others," Marvello observed. "You make yourself dependent on their strength instead of finding your own. I make myself part of something larger. That's not weakness, it's wisdom." Wisdom. The word was a sneer. "I had 1,000 years to find wisdom. All I found was loneliness." "Then you weren't looking hard enough." The attack intensified. Marvello threw everything he had at Harry, the full weight of an ancient consciousness, the accumulated power of centuries. Harry felt his defenses cracking, felt the Shadow King's presence seeping through the gaps. But he didn't fight it. This was the moment. The trap. He let Marvello in. Felt the ancient consciousness flood through him, overwhelming, consuming. For one terrible moment, he was drowning in darkness, losing himself to something older and stronger. And then he spoke the words the Founders had taught him. The binding inverted. Instead of containing Marvello within the earth, it began to contain him within Harry, pulling, compressing, forcing all that scattered consciousness into a single point. What are you doing? Marvello's voice was panicked now. This isn't, you can't, I'm not containing you, Harry said through gritted teeth. I'm absorbing you. Every fragment, every piece, all of it. Into me. That will kill you. Maybe. But it will definitely kill you. The ritual reached its peak. Harry felt Marvello's entire existence being compressed, forced into the space of a single human mind. It was agony, worse than anything he'd ever experienced. He was being torn apart from the inside, his consciousness fragmenting under the pressure. But he held on. He thought of his friends, waiting above. Of Sirius, who'd given him a family. Of Dumbledore, who'd given him guidance. Of the Founders, who'd given him purpose. He thought of every person who'd ever believed in him, every moment of connection that had made his life worth living. And he refused to let go. In the end, it wasn't strength that won. It was choice. Marvello's consciousness shattered against Harry's will, not because Harry was stronger, but because Harry was more certain. The Shadow King had spent 1,000 years wanting to be free, but he'd never truly decided what freedom meant. His desire was hollow, a hunger without purpose. Harry knew exactly what he was fighting for. Every friend, every ally, every student in the castle above. His purpose was clear, his choice was made, and against that clarity, even a millennium of accumulated power couldn't stand. The fragments dissolved. The ancient consciousness came apart, piece by piece, consumed by a 12-year-old boy who'd simply refused to lose. When it was over, Harry lay on the chamber floor, barely conscious. His body was broken in a dozen places. His mind felt like it had been scrubbed raw. But he was alive. And the Shadow King was gone. Recovery took weeks. Harry spent most of it in the hospital wing, drifting in and out of consciousness while Madame Pomfrey worked her magic. His friends visited constantly, Ron bringing chess sets, Hermione bringing books, Neville bringing plants that were supposed to have healing properties. Sirius came too, whenever he could get away from the ministry. He would sit by Harry's bed for hours, sometimes talking, sometimes just holding his hand. You scared me, Sirius said one afternoon. When they brought you up from that chamber, I thought. I know. Harry's voice was still weak. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be careful. There's a difference. Sirius squeezed his hand. You saved everyone, Harry. Again. I just wish it didn't always have to cost you so much. It was worth it. Was it? Harry thought about the question. The pain he'd endured, the risk he'd taken, the parts of himself he'd lost in the struggle. Yes, he said finally. It was worth it. The school year ended with celebration. For the first time in 1,000 years, Hogwarts was truly free. The Shadow King's presence was gone, not just contained, but destroyed. The ley lines flowed cleanly, no longer tainted by ancient corruption. The castle itself seemed lighter, happier. Harry stood in the Founder's study one last time, looking at the 4 portraits that had guided him through the darkest period of his life. You did it, Godric said, something like awe in his voice. You actually did it. We did it. All of us. The crown will pass to another, eventually. Rowena's voice was thoughtful. When you die, when you choose to give it up. But what you've done will echo forever. You didn't just defeat Marvello, you proved that his way was wrong. That power through domination isn't the only path. I hope you're right. I am. The evidence is all around you. She smiled. Look at what you've built, Harry. Not through force, but through connection. That's a legacy worth having. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of her words. He'd come to Hogwarts as a lost boy, searching for a place to belong. He'd found that and so much more. Thank you, he said. For everything. Thank you, Helga replied. For being exactly what we needed, exactly when we needed it. Harry left the study, emerging into corridors filled with sunlight and laughter. Students hurried past, eager for the end of term. Somewhere in the castle, Ron and Hermione were waiting. He had a train to catch. A summer to enjoy. A family to go home to. The Shadow King was gone. The Death Eaters were weakened. And the boy who'd once lived in a cupboard was now something more than he'd ever imagined. King of Hogwarts. Victor over ancient evil. And most importantly, friend, son, ally. Harry smiled and walked into the light.